Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:57 over on the East Coast, and it is 2:57 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now as we do go over the latest. We're going to have extensive coverage all throughout the morning on that historic conviction of former President Donald Trump, 34 felony counts. That jury deliberation only lasting for about 9 hours over a total of 2 days. This coming after 4 weeks of testimony, 22 witnesses. And of course, we do know that Trump did not take the stand. The defense only calling 2 witnesses there. I do want to remind you, as you can see in that live image showing New York City, that Trump is expected to hold a brief news conference that's going to take place around 11 a.m. Eastern time. You can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, we are going to have extensive coverage all throughout the day, so I do want to start with Rebecca Castor reporting on the latest this morning from outside the courthouse.
Is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
The aftermath of Thursday's historic ruling being felt nationwide. A 12-member Manhattan jury found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial.
This was a rigged trial.
The jury agreed with prosecutors that Trump was involved in an attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election. The former president was accused of falsifying business records to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, allegedly to keep her quiet about an affair with Trump and prevent the story from affecting his campaign, something Trump says never happened.
We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
Trump's legal team plans to appeal the verdict.
He was resolute, strong. We were all more upset than he was.
With Judge Juan Merchan scheduling sentencing for July 11th.
And we're going to fight, wake up tomorrow and fight.
And reactions are pouring in from voters gearing up for the November election.
Finally, I feel like a little bit of justice is served.
All the counts should have been dropped. I'm excited to still vote for him and still support him.
The former president is set to hold a press conference at Trump Tower later today. In New York, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. Once again, that news conference set to take place at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Reporters are expected to be able to ask questions of the former president following that historic conviction. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this around the clock, and I do want to take you out to their coverage right now as they do follow the latest. We know that Robert Moses and Lizette Nunez are both on the story.
Former President Donald Trump guilty on all charges, 34 counts. The historic verdict coming down after nearly 9 hours of jury deliberations, but still a lot sooner than a lot of people expected. Good Day's Robert Moses is at Trump Tower this morning with reaction from the former president. Robert, what's he saying?
Well, he's not happy, clearly, Dan. Good morning to you. When the jurors got this case, many people wondered if they would believe the prosecution's star witness, the former president's longtime fixer, Michael Cohen, who came with all sorts of credibility issues. Well, the jury's verdict indicates that the jurors did believe him.
This was a disgrace. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
A jury of Donald Trump's peers did not agree. After deliberating for nearly 10 hours, Judge Juan Merchan was about to send the jury home late yesterday afternoon when the 7 men and 5 women delivered a surprise. They had a verdict. Guilty, the foreman said 34 times into a microphone as a wrapped courtroom looked on. Minutes after the jury branded the former president a felon, he spoke to reporters looking glum.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The former president then left the courthouse and returned to Trump Tower. He walked down the sidewalk, waved, and pumped his fists as supporters and opponents cheered and jeered. Back downtown, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg praised his prosecutors.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, and that's exactly what we did here. I did my job. We did our job.
Bragg declined to say if he will ask for time behind bars for the former president. Merchan is set to announce a sentence on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention begins in Milwaukee. The former president may not spend any time in a cell. He could receive just probation. His appeal could last for months.
As soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing, and then we appeal from there.
The verdict changed everything and nothing simultaneously. While we've never seen anything like it in this country, a convicted felon can still run for and, yes, serve as president. It remains to be seen whether the former president's conviction will erode or strengthen his support. He'll speak more at Trump Tower at 11 this morning.
This is long from over.
And Michael Cohen reacted to the verdict on X. He called yesterday an important day for accountability and the rule of law. Cohen added, the truth always matters. Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you very much. And as Robert mentioned, the former president's sentencing day is July 11th, a little more than a month away. But until then, he's still campaigning without the burden of having to be in court every day. Of course, the goal is November 5th, the election, the presidential election. The president still leading in many polls. Good Day's Lizette Nunez joins us now with more this morning. Good morning, Lizette.
Good morning, Dan. Well, it's possible that travel rules could be imposed during sentencing, and that could have impacts on campaigning. But for now, former President Trump is showing no signs of slowing down. Following the guilty verdict in his hush money trial, former President Trump attended a fundraising event in New York City and then made his way back to Trump Tower. What's next for Trump and his legal team? Political experts say an appeal, which will likely won't be heard until after the election. But Trump may also be thinking about sentencing.
Each one of these 34 counts carries a maximum penalty of 4 years in prison, and he could be sentenced that way. Now, it is highly unlikely that that will happen. He is a first-time offender. These are white-collar crimes.
Trial attorney Robin Nunn says the judge may look at either probation or house arrest as punishments.
There are also a lot of other white-collar criminals who have gotten house arrest and have served, no time because there is like an unlikelihood that they will commit another crime such as that.
As far as political implications, the Trump campaign seized on the opportunity to fundraise following the verdict, calling the former president a political prisoner on their site and asking for donations. There were reports that the site went down for a few minutes, the Trump campaign claiming it was due to the, quote, overwhelming amount of support.
You can bet in the fundraising appeals that that's going to be one of the major issues that he uses to try to drum up the base.
House Speaker Mike Johnson also coming to the president's defense, writing on X, the weaponization of our justice system has been a hallmark of the Biden administration, and the decision today is further evidence that Democrats will stop at nothing to silence dissent and crush their political opponents. The Biden-Harris campaign also looking to fundraise after the verdict. President Biden posting a link to donate and writing on X, there's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. So although Trump has been convicted in New York, his prime residency is in Florida, and Florida defers to other states' laws for those convicted of out-of-state felonies. So that means as long as Trump stays out of prison in New York, he will still be allowed to vote. Dan?
Thank you very much, and we'll be tracking our coverage of this historic decision throughout our broadcast this morning, but we have other news.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 New York team's coverage. As you saw there, you have both Robert Moses and Lizette Nunez who are following the latest developments. We'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York all throughout the morning, as well as our Fox 5 Atlanta team and Fox 5 DC, all of them covering this around the clock. I do want to take you back to New York, though, as we did have Morgan Mackay with Fox 5 New York, who was inside the courtroom as all of this was going on, as that guilty verdict was read, and she recounts what happened inside. Now, that's important because cameras were allowed inside of the courthouse, but not in the courtroom.
Morgan, your take on everything happening today is you've been giving us live updates nonstop following this. So walk us through your reaction. I guess you have been seeing firsthand the reaction from former President Donald Trump, as well as his team and the prosecution.
Exactly, Stephen, Natasha. So let me walk you through exactly sort of what happened. So around 4:15, the judge came out and said that he's going to be dismissing the jury at around 4:30. Then he came back in at about 4:35, and he said that the jury had reached a verdict. Everyone in the courtroom gasped. Some reporters had already started to pack up, were getting ready to leave. So this caught everyone a little bit by surprise. But they said they needed an extra 30 minutes. When the jury came in, everyone was quiet. Trump stared straight ahead. He didn't look at the jury, and he just stared with his arms folded, staring straight ahead. Now, Blanche, his attorney, Todd Blanche, while the verdict was being read, he put his head in his hands a few times throughout the verdict. Then they went through each charge. So there's 34 felony charges that Trump was facing. And this made up the 34 checks and invoices that prosecutors say that Trump falsified in order to provide hush money payments. So pretty much this case boils down to prosecutors say that Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, paid Stormy Daniels, an adult film star actress, $130,000 to keep quiet about her alleged sexual encounter with Trump ahead of the 2016 election. Now, they say that when he falsely logged these checks and invoices, when he repaid Michael Cohen as legal expenses. Now, the jurors had to do two things to convict Trump. They had to unanimously decide that Trump falsified all 34 business records, so all 34 checks and invoices, the 34 counts, and the jury convicted him of each one. All 34. They said he was guilty. Then the judge dismissed him, and then they decided to set sentencing to July 11th. So the judge decided to set the date to July 11th. Blanche also tried to push back and ask for a mistrial, since he said that Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, that he lied on the stand, committed perjury, but that motion was denied. So again, all 34 counts Trump was found guilty of. As Trump was leaving the courtroom, he had a very serious expression on his face. He reached back and patted his lawyer, but he looked very upset, actually. And I hadn't really seen that from him throughout this entire trial, but he did look a bit emotional as he left the courtroom. And he stared straight ahead. Usually he makes eyes at reporters. He says different things to them, or he'll make motions. Today, straight ahead. And he left the courtroom. Stephen, Natasha, back to you.
Yeah, Morgan, as you are one of the very few people that have been inside this, watching this firsthand, what was your first reaction? As I'm sure you talked to other people around you when that verdict was reached, did you have any inclination that it could go one way or the other?
So speaking to a lot of the reporters around me, I felt like we really thought that this verdict was going to be handed down tomorrow. We felt like today was sort of wrapped up. So when that verdict was announced that it was going to be happening, everyone was really surprised. But at the same time, I also think that a lot of people were expecting a conviction because of how ambiguous the second charge that they had to convict him on. So they not only had to convict that he falsified business records, but they also had to say that he did so because he wanted to help his chances in the election, and he did so by unlawful means. Now, the jury didn't have to agree on what unlawful means those were, so it did kind of open it up a little bit to make it easier for the jury to come to a decision altogether. But again, I think there was more of an expectation of a hung jury than a full conviction on all 34 counts, but there was an understanding that if there was a conviction on one, a lot of people guessed it would be a conviction on all 34.
Yeah, no, indeed, Morgan. It certainly was surprising. You sort of touched on what I was going to ask you, too. Obviously, you're surrounded by some of the most seasoned court reporters, court watchers, expecting like exactly what you thought was going to come down with the verdict. But I think you just said it right there, that we thought there was going to be some sort of mixed verdict as opposed to guilty on all 34 was certainly the conventional wisdom going into today.
Exactly. I think a lot of people thought that there was going to be a mix, but it's sort of hard. I mean, if you have 34 checks and invoices, they're all sort of the same thing. There was different parts where they came from. So some were invoices, some came from Trump's trust, some came from his personal account, some he signed, some were logged by other people. So I think a lot of people were just a little confused if they might maybe say, oh, well, the checks that came from him, those we're going to convict him on, but maybe those that were signed by Donald Trump Jr., for example, those maybe wouldn't convict him on. But again, they found him guilty of all 34. They believed that he was behind having, for example, Donald Trump Jr. sign those checks. So I think people were a little bit surprised, but overall, people were just watching the jury so closely as this verdict was read. And a lot of them, they didn't really look at Trump while the verdict was being read. They were sort of darting back and forth between the press a little bit and the judge, but mostly staying focused on the judge. I think they really understood the weight of the assignment. And that is actually one thing I want to add about the jury themselves. They paid so close attention throughout this trial. They took notes throughout the entire trial. They were furiously scribbling. I didn't see any of them really doze off ever during the trial. And there were parts that did get a little bit tedious at times. So I would just say this is probably the most attentive of a jury that I've ever seen at a trial.
And that right there was Morgan Mackay. She is with our Fox 5 New York station, and she was one of the reporters who was inside the courtroom as that verdict was read. So providing a firsthand account of exactly what happened there. The time now 6:13 over on the East Coast and 3:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the rest of the morning to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. And a big story right now that we will be covering for the next several hours, Trump being convicted there on 34 felony counts after that hush money trial. His sentencing set for July 11th that morning. Now, we do know that's just a few days before the Republican National Convention, where he is officially expected to be nominated as the Republican candidate for president. Later on this morning, 11 a.m. Eastern time, we do expect to hear from President Trump in his first really appearance there, his first news conference that he is going to be holding after that conviction. He spoke for about a minute and a half after the verdict was read, but today will be a longer form press conference where reporters will have a chance to ask questions. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and our coverage does continue here after Trump's historic conviction, 34 felony counts, all connected to that hush money trial that went on for about 4 weeks, with 22 witnesses testifying, just 2 of those called by the defense. As you can see there in that live image of New York City right there, the skyline, we do expect in really about 5 hours or so, we're going to hear from former President Trump in his first news conference after that conviction. Now, we did hear from him right after the verdict was read. He spoke for about 90 seconds or so. Do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Mr. Trump, what do you have to say to the American people? Mr. Trump, how is it going to be convicted felon? Are you worried about going to jail?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man. And it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble, but this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon? Are you going to drop out?
All right, so about 90 seconds right there from the former president as he did exit the courtroom. Now, again, he is expected to hold a full news conference at 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning. We'll bring it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. And as you'd imagine, reaction is pouring in from lawmakers all over the country. We're talking Republicans, Democrats, everyone in between. And you can see some of those on your screen there. You do have Vivek Ramaswamy, former presidential candidate who said Trump led criminal justice reform, and now he's suffering criminal injustice at the highest level. Speaker Mike Johnson putting on a lengthy statement there saying today is a shameful day in American history. Now, our Fox 5 D.C. team is speaking with some of the lawmakers, getting reaction there in D.C. I do want to take you out to their coverage right now.
Guilty on all counts. For the first time in U.S. history, a former president is a convicted felon.
Yesterday in a New York courtroom, a jury found Donald Trump guilty of all 34 felony charges in his hush money trial. He was found guilty of a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election by paying off adult film actress Stormy Daniels. This was to keep their affair a secret. Trump sat stone-faced as that verdict was handed down and cheers erupted from the street below. The decision was made after 9 hours of deliberation. Trump, though, maintaining his innocence.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
I'm shocked. I really thought he was going to walk.
I have real reservations on voting for a convicted felon, but I don't believe he's a convicted felon. I believe it'll be overturned.
Trump expected to be sentenced on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention. He faces up to 4 years in prison for each felony count.
As we await the upcoming sentencing of Donald Trump, we are looking to see what happens on the campaign trail. This morning, we're getting mixed reaction from voters and elected officials about what this means for the 2024 election. So we want to get out to Stephanie Ramirez, who's live this morning in Northwest D.C. with their reaction. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning. The first reaction we know came from the former President Donald Trump. Those in the courtroom described him as stone-faced as the verdict was being read. And right here in D.C., swift reaction from the political parties' leaders, them in their own ways calling on people to vote after this verdict and vote come November. This decision that came unanimously by the Manhattan jury really shocked the world, shocked the country, especially after finding presumptive Republican presidential nominee and the former President Donald J. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records to cover up a sex scandal ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Legal experts are pointing to how thorough they thought the 12 jurors, 7 men and 5 women, were in asking to rehear testimony. They're also remarking on how quickly, just a little over a day, the jury took to make their decision. Here's what we're hearing in D.C. this morning.
I'm a big fan of President Trump. This is a show trial. It's just a rigged job. It was set up. It's disgusting in America.
What do you think this is going to do for the elections coming up?
I think he's going to win. It nails it. It guarantees him victory.
Why?
Because America's fed up with this. This is a rigged job. They set him up in the state of New York with a judge who's a joke.
Well, that's great because he wasn't no good president, so I don't care too much for Trump. So,
how do you think this is going to impact the elections come November?
I'm not sure. I'm hoping Biden will win again anyway, so.
Guys, we can tell you after the verdict, the former president's donation page crashed. Trump supporters just came rolling in with the donations for his campaign for 2024. Looking ahead, there's a lot of questions, not only how this is going to impact the campaign and the RNC coming up, guys, but also if we're going to hear from any jurors now that the verdict has been said. I'll send it back to you.
Certainly a historic story, a historic verdict as well. Thanks, Stephanie. It brings us to today's Fox 5 Live Insta poll. We're asking, will the guilty verdict help or hurt former President Trump in his run for the White House? And so far of you are saying 73% of you believe it will actually help him. It will help him. But you can cast your vote throughout the course of the morning by scanning that QR code on your screen. You can also vote on our website, fox5dc.com, or vote by using our free Fox 5 app.
Yeah, and we've got
a big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team. Again, we are checking in with all of our Fox 5s. That includes New York, D.C., and Atlanta, as they all cover this from different angles. Now, it's important to note that Fox 5 Atlanta is focusing on the situation there in Fulton County, another case against former President Trump that is expected to go to trial. They do have Lindsay Tuman on the story there, gathering the latest details, and I do, of course, want to send you to her report.
Thank you. We're expecting former President Donald Trump and his legal team to soon file an appeal to his historic convictions on all 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial.
This as he plans his return to the campaign trail as a convicted felon. Good day's Lindsay Tuman joins us live in studio with the nuts and bolts of this verdict.
Yeah, there is so much to it and so many questions about what the impacts will be. But the 12-person jury found former President Donald Trump guilty in what prosecutors say was an attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election involving the falsification of business documents to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Daniels was allegedly paid to keep quiet about an affair with Trump, which he denies.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
A big question, how are voters gearing up for November's election reacting to this verdict?
I'm shocked. I really thought he was going to walk.
I have real reservations on voting for a convicted felon, but I don't believe he's a convicted felon. I believe it'll be overturned.
He's not fit for office. I hope this turns the tide and more people realize.
Now, some Republicans are coming to Mr. Trump's defense. Governor Kemp said in social media post, in part, from the beginning, this prosecution and trial have been driven by partisan politics. And staunch Trump supporter, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene posted this around the same time that verdict came down, an image of an upside-down American flag, which has become a symbol for the Stop the Steal movement, which is perpetuated by the former president's supporters during the January 6th Capitol attack. Now, this is far from over. Mr. Trump plans to hold a news conference at Trump Tower later this morning at 11 o'clock. He could discuss plans to appeal the convictions. And Ron and Alex, right now the sentencing is already set for July 11th, which is just days before the Republican National Convention. So we're going to be really paying close attention to the fallout of this in the days and weeks to come.
Yeah.
This is the first major party candidate convicted of a felony during a campaign.
Former President Donald Trump, now convicted felon Donald Trump. He is the first former commander-in-chief ever found guilty of felony crimes.
This is almost without precedent. And in many ways is unprecedented.
John Acevedo is a visiting associate professor at Emory University School of Law.
Is he legally allowed to hold office?
He is legally allowed to hold office. What is unclear is what would happen to the sentence imposed by the state of New York. It's usually been theorized that it would be suspended and that he would resume the punishment after he left office.
We asked him, what will the conviction mean for the election interference case here in Fulton County?
Will this guilty verdict have any impact on the Georgia case?
Directly, no. Prosecutors aren't allowed to raise past criminal convictions unless the defendant takes the stand or the defense in some other way raises the issue.
It won't have any legal impact, but I think we'll have some energy impact. I think it will re-energize the DA's office in Fulton County to try to proceed as quickly as they can.
Darrell Cohen is a former assistant district attorney in Fulton County. He says the conviction could smooth the path for the case.
Once there's a jury impaneled, the 12 men and women on that jury will be more energetic. They'll be less worried about whatever the public may have to say about it, good or bad. I think they'll be able to do what they think they should do and serve constitutionally and do what is right in terms of the United States.
All right, that was our Fox 5 Atlanta team coverage. Again, we are going to be bringing all of that to you all throughout the morning as we do have hours upon hours of coverage of that historic verdict. Again, 34 felony counts. Former President Trump found guilty there, all connected to his hush money trial. We're going to head to a quick break now at 6:29 on the East Coast and 3:29 on the West Coast. On the other side, we'll bring in an expert to help break down all of this, the verdict and the significance there. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look there outside of Trump Tower. That is over in New York City. And if you look On the right-hand side of your screen, we do expect at 11 a.m. Eastern time, the former president will be there at Trump Tower and will hold a news conference answering questions from reporters and members of the media. We know he gave about a 90-second response there after the verdict did come down. He was standing in the hallway of the courthouse and again spoke for about 90 seconds, not taking any questions. However, we expect him to take questions later on today. So Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury found him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Deliberations lasted for about 9 hours over 2 days, and the guilty verdict came on Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from about 22 witnesses. I do want to discuss this further, so let's bring in Dr. Larry Walker, a political expert and assistant professor of educational leadership at the University of Central Florida's College of Community Innovation and Education. Good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. I know it is very early.
Josh, thanks for having me this morning. It's a pleasure.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you, and this is kind of a loaded question, but what is the overall significance of this conviction here?
It's no question. This is a really big moment in United States history. Obviously, you just said a few seconds ago, first former president to be convicted of certainly at least one, multiple felonies in this particular instance. And the other thing is, I think, Josh, we have to know that former President Trump has also been impeached. So we're really on uncharted territory. We know that the convention is coming up this summer, and he's going to be the nominee. There's no doubt about that. But, certainly I think there are a lot of larger questions about, one, about democracy and what does it mean to possibly elect someone who's, a convicted felon. And then secondly, we have a larger conversation about criminal justice reform. I've seen a lot of, Republicans come out with statements last year talking, yesterday about the unfairness of the system. And so I wonder if we're going to have a broader conversation about that, because there's certainly a conversation we've had in this country for many years. And, some people suggest we need some criminal justice reform. So I'm wondering if that, some of his colleagues are interested at the federal and state level making some changes.
And I do want to get your take on this, because when we did have those indictments that were handed up against the former president, his popularity seemed to increase dramatically. So I know you're not psychic, you don't have a crystal ball, but overall, do you expect that that is going to be the case? Now he is convicted, that guilty verdict has come down on 34 felony counts. Could we see his popularity rise even more?
I think that, he certainly will continue to remain popular. And certainly, I think you saw within the last yesterday in terms of, I mentioned some of the statements, but I think those individuals who are prepared to support former President Trump will be there for him. I think the other thing, Josh, when we talk about elections, a lot of these traditionally, particularly when it comes to the president, are one at the margins. And it's really about, GOTV, get out the vote. If you can get your people out the vote. Now, this particular, this case, and obviously we have Georgia, the documents case, and others, this could, continue to energize his base and get individuals out the vote. And that's really going to be the key. The bottom line is, how do Democrats and or Republicans utilize this moment to get their people out the vote in November? As the former president talked about, this will be ultimately decided at the ballot box in just a few months.
We did hear from the former president right after that verdict came down. He spoke very briefly, not taking any reporter questions. Did anything stand out to you about what he had to say? Is it any different than what he said in that court hallway over the past several weeks?
I think he's been very consistent in terms of, particularly talking about, we said a few minutes ago, the judicial system in many ways kind of delegitimized the last several months leading up to this. The other point I want to make, Josh, he made at one point, something he said, kind of stuck with me. And he referenced not being able to move this case to another jurisdiction. And I think it's a reminder for people watching right now, former President Trump is from Queens. He is a native New Yorker. And in fact, his brand has been built on being a mogul, a real estate mogul from New York City when he had The Apprentice. And that was, that was taped at Trump Tower. His his whole persona is baked into the idea that he is a New Yorker with kind of swagger and confidence, who's a real estate mogul. So I did find that striking when he said, because, moving into a different jurisdiction, because essentially these are his, he's been living in Florida for the last few years, but these are essentially his peers.
He's expected to be nominated at the Republican National Convention as the Republican presidential candidate, really just days after that July 11th sentencing in this case. So my question for you is, does that change anything? Is it possible that as a result of that sentencing, whatever does happen, that he won't be the presidential candidate? Is that even a possibility?
I think undoubtedly he's going to be the nominee. I don't think there's any doubt from that. And I think, Josh, when you saw those statements that come out from Paxson, among other individuals, Lindsey Graham, Congressman Daniels, you saw constantly, a variety of Republicans at the state and federal level say that they come out and support the president. He's undoubtedly going to be the nominee. The question is, Josh, when they have the sentencing on the 11th, and like you said, a few days later is the first day of the convention. Is he somehow sent? Does the judge say he gets home confinement, or who knows what's going to happen? Obviously, there's an appeal process, but it'll be very interesting to see what that sentencing looks like. And I know that most people were assuming that he certainly wouldn't get anything like home confinement, certainly be thrown in prison. But it's a reminder that this has been very contentious throughout, and he's been warned multiple times about posting things about the judge and his family members. And so the same individual is going to be responsible for his sentencing in just a few months. So once again, we're uncharted territory, but he certainly will continue to be, he will be the nominee. And in November, his name will be on the ballot box in all 50 states and territories.
And again, we are going to find out that sentence on July 11th. That is when the current sentencing date is set for. Obviously, that could be pushed back. We don't know any of those details just yet. We'll keep an eye on that and let folks know at home if that does happen. But my question for you is a question that so many people have asked, especially over the last several hours or so, the last 24 hours. Can he serve as president if he is in prison?
Well, I think, Josh, if we ever have to answer this question, we'll have a constitutional crisis on our hands. And I know we've used that phrase a lot, but it doesn't seem like there's anything in the Constitution. Certainly, we've talked about if he's a convicted felon, he could still run for president. So certainly, I'm assuming if he wins in November, he still could ascend to the presidency. And so certainly if that happens, if he's, ends up in jail or something else drastic, I'm quite sure there'll be a number of lawsuits filed, and something eventually could end up with the U.S. Supreme Court. But it would seem like there's nothing in the Constitution to prevent him from serving as president of the United States. But once again, if we end up at that point, I think there are larger questions about, what's happening in our country and about what democracy is. And when it comes to fairness, about how we treat individuals who have criminal records.
Legally speaking, we do know that this is uncharted water, so to speak. But politically, it seems as though it's a similar situation, uncharted waters.
Yeah, it is. But listen, the president, former President Trump has consistently, along with his surrogates, made it clear for the last couple of months that, with Georgia or some of these other cases, that they don't believe that he's being treated fairly. So politically, he's already positioned himself to say, hey, if I'm convicted, this proves everything I've said the last several months, whether it's on Truth Social or whether he's just in front of the courthouse in New York City or whether he's had events throughout the country. He's been consistent the last couple of months. And it's also a reminder, Josh, the same kind of language he used leading up to the election just a few years ago when he said, hey, I'm not going to win. They're out to get me. And that culminated into January 6th. So, in terms of using certain political language, he's been very consistent, whether he's running for president or leading up to this particular court case.
I do want to ask you kind of a broad political question right now. Based on polling and other information, is there any way to determine at this point, still months away from the presidential election, who is going to win, Biden or Trump? Do we have any sort of idea? Again, I know we are still months away, but I did want to get kind of your input there.
Yeah, Josh, this is an important question. And I worked on Capitol Hill for a number of years in a number of campaigns. And so one of the things I say to people when we have these conversations, whether you're Republican or Democrat, is I really don't pay as much to polls until after the conventions, after they've given their speeches and other things have happened throughout the summer, and certainly the debates, right? So we're going to have a few scheduled debates. I would, for those who are watching, I highly recommend that you don't pay attention to polls until after the conventions. And like I said, the debates, and that give you a better idea, certainly have to give you a better idea of where we stand. But the bottom line is I want to make a point, go back to a point I made about GOTV and get out the vote. Once again, you win elections like this at the margins. So for both political parties, getting their people out to vote and convincing independents, among others, to vote for their candidate is really what's going to determine who's going to be president of the United States.
And you did talk about debate, so I do want to ask you one quick question here about that. Do you think, just based on your experience, that the debates really sway any minds, or by the time we get to those debates, that people kind of made up their mind?
I think that the debates, traditionally, I don't think debates make a big of a difference. But I think this cycle is going to make a huge difference because for, certainly for President Biden and President Trump, there's a lot of issues relating to ageism. And, whether they have the ability, particularly we've had a lot of conversations about, President Biden is, whether he has, the individuals have the stamina to be president of the United States, right? We've had all these questions and they're separated only by a few years. So we have these debates. If either one of them can't respond to questions or, struggles to recall information, it is going to have an impact on voters, in my opinion. And once again, you win these elections at the margins. So I think this election cycle, considering we've had a lot of these questions about age for both candidates, the debates are going to be critical. And I think that you're going to see more Americans pay attention than have in the past.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we said, Josh, this is a really critical moment in United States history, but I'm also going to ask viewers to just kind of take a deep breath. I know it's hard right now because, we're talking about it right now and you'll be reading about it certainly for the next couple of months. But it's just a reminder in our society that these things happen, particularly in politics. And I mean, these things happen. We have these political moments sometimes that occur that may shift the trajectory of the election. So I would just once again ask people to kind of relax, take it all in, maybe unplug a little bit this weekend, not from this show, watch this show, but everything, unplug from everything else, and just relax. And if you support either candidate, get out to vote in November.
I mean, take a deep breath is good advice anytime, but probably really right now. Thank you again, Dr. Walker, for taking the time to be here with us today.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, I do want to take you back out to this live image that we do have showing Trump Tower. Again, coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we expect to hear from former President Trump. We heard about 90 seconds of his comment yesterday as he was exiting the courthouse following that conviction, but he is expected to address the media here at Trump Tower, and we'll bring that to you live as it does happen. It is now 6:44 on the East Coast and 3:44 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but a lot more coverage continuing right after the break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:47 on the East Coast and 3:47 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. You're going to hear me say it a lot, but I do want to remind you that at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so coming up here in just under, I would say about 5 hours, really closer to 4 hours at this point, we do expect to hear from former President Trump following that verdict that came in guilty on 34 felony counts in his hush money trial. We've been checking in with our different Fox affiliates all over the country as they cover this from each and every angle. I do want to check in with Fox 11 LA. That is where Alex Michelson answers a lot of the questions. He's a great political mind and breaks down the questions that are on the minds of so many.
The unanimous verdict reached by a New York jury.
Trump's legal team says they are now appealing it. We have live team coverage. Marla Tejas is here to explain what this means for the former president who's campaigning for re-election. Fox 11's Gina Silva live in Hawthorne with local reaction. But let's start things off with Marla.
Ellis and Christine, it took the jury about 12 hours of deliberating to turn the former president into a convicted felon.
I'm a very innocent man.
Maintaining his not guilty plea, former President Donald Trump outside the Manhattan courtroom moments after he was convicted on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business documents to cover up a sexual encounter with adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. Nearby, some anti-MAGA protesters holding signs saying, "Lock him up and don the felon." Trump calling the whole process rigged.
This was done by the Biden administration.
The jury of 7 men and 5 women heard 80 hours of testimony from 22 witnesses over the 6-week history-making criminal trial that focused on reimbursements paid to Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for a $130,000 hush money payment to Daniels. Cohen, the prosecution's key witness, the defense called the greatest liar of all time. Cohen, Thursday night on MSNBC.
It's accountability. It's exactly what America needs right now. I did my job.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who first brought the indictment against Trump in April 2023.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here.
Trump's attorney on Fox News vowing to keep fighting without any regrets.
We all did the best that we could, and I wouldn't change anything that we did.
The President Biden-Harris campaign released a statement saying, convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president. The threat Trump poses to our democracy has never been greater. He is running an increasingly unhinged campaign of revenge and retribution, pledging to be a dictator on day one.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
How this will play out at the ballot box in a presidential matchup that currently has Trump with a slight edge over Biden remains to be seen. Political analyst Dan Schnurr with us at 6 says the burden lies with Biden to re-energize younger progressive voters who've soured on him.
The question now going forward is whether the Biden campaign can use this verdict as a way of convincing those progressives that, in fact, it's worth their time and effort to turn out in November.
Now, Trump is to be sentenced on July 11th. That is 4 days before the Republican convention, where he is set to receive the GOP nomination officially. And again, his team will appeal today's conviction.
And Trump not shy about speaking out about this.
No, so he is at home at Trump Tower tonight. He will hold a press conference at 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow from Trump Tower.
Yeah, President Biden has not spoken about this on camera and so far doesn't have any plans to. Thank you so much. All right, a lot of questions about this unprecedented moment in U.S. history. Our FoxLA.com team put together the top 3 questions being asked to us online. So we want to take a moment to try to answer those. Question number 1, will Trump go to prison? The answer, we don't know. His sentencing set for July 11th, as Marla just said. It's up to the judge and the judge alone. Judge Juan Merchan could sentence him to the maximum, which would be 4 years behind bars. But that's unlikely, given the fact that Trump hasn't been convicted of any other crimes. He could get probation, house arrest, or community service. Now to question number 2. Can Trump still run for president? This one is simple. Yes. Nothing in the Constitution prevents criminals from running, even if they're behind bars. Back in 1920, socialist labor leader Eugene Debs got nearly 4% of the presidential vote from behind bars. Question number 3, can Trump still vote for himself in November? Likely yes. Although Trump was convicted in New York, he technically lives and votes in Florida. Florida law defers to the state where the conviction occurred, which is in New York, where the voting rights say that basically you're only prevented from voting if you're a felon currently incarcerated. That's highly unlikely to be the case in November due to likely appeals stopping any sentence from going into effect anytime soon. Christine?
A big thank you to Alex there. As I mentioned, a great political mind, so he knows all of these details there. He is with our Fox 11 LA team. You are taking a live look outside of Trump Tower. Now, you did hear them say 8 a.m. Eastern Trump is going to speak. However, I think they meant Pacific because that news conference is scheduled to get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern time. You're going to get sick of me saying that, but we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 6:53 on the East Coast and 3:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are once again taking a live look there in New York City. That is Trump Tower, where in a matter of hours we expect that news conference to kick off with the former president as he speaks for the first time in a full briefing here after that hush money conviction. We're going to be covering that for the next several hours and bring you all of the latest details with experts, and everyone will help kind of break all the details down, but also we'll be checking in with our different Fox 5 affiliates. That is Fox 5 New York, Atlanta, and D.C. We also have Fox News on the horn here to help us out. Anita Vogel joining us with the latest.
The jury has spoken.
The jury speaking indeed, finding Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial. Thursday's historic move making Trump the first former U.S. president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
This is not fair. This is not what this country should be doing to its political leaders.
The 12-person jury found Trump guilty in what prosecutors say was an attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election, involving the falsification of business documents to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Daniels was allegedly paid to keep quiet about an affair with Trump, which he denies.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
But how are voters gearing up for November's election, reacting to the verdict?
I'm shocked. I really thought he was going to walk.
I have real reservations on voting for a convicted felon, but I don't believe he's a convicted felon. I believe it'll be overturned. I believe the charges brought against him were misdemeanors and should have been pursued as such.
He's not fit for office. I hope this turns the tide and more people realize.
Lawyers for the former president are expected to appeal the verdict. Judge Juan Merchan has set sentencing for July 11th. Anita Vogel, Fox News.
All right, Anita, thank you so much. We are approaching that 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 4 o'clock hour on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are, of course, honing in on that historic conviction. Former President Trump there convicted on 34 felony counts, all related to that hush money trial. As I mentioned, we are checking in with our different affiliates to get the latest updates here, and Rebecca Castor is reporting from outside the courthouse. She filed this report moments ago.
Donald Trump and his attorneys say this fight is far from over after Trump becomes the first former U.S. president convicted of a felony.
The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
The aftermath of Thursday's historic ruling being felt nationwide. A 12-member Manhattan jury found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial.
This was a rigged trial.
The jury agreed with prosecutors that Trump was involved in an attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election. The former president was accused of falsifying business records to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, allegedly to keep her quiet about an affair with Trump and prevent the story from affecting his campaign, something Trump says never happened.
We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
Trump's legal team plans to appeal the verdict.
He was resolute, strong. We were all more upset than he was.
With Judge Juan Merchan scheduling sentencing for July 11th.
And we're going to fight, wake up tomorrow and fight.
And reactions are pouring in from voters gearing up for the November election.
Finally, I feel like a little bit of justice is served.
All the counts should have been dropped. I'm excited to still vote for him and still support him.
The former president is set to hold a press conference at Trump Tower later today. In New York, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And you are actually taking a live look there at Trump Tower. I've mentioned it time and time again, but at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we will bring that news conference to you with the former president as he does speak following that conviction. I do want to talk more about all of the basics here and break it down for you. So let's bring in Danny Karen, a trial attorney at Karen LLC and professor of law at the University of Michigan Law School and the Ohio State Moritz College of Law. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And I do want to go over some of the basics, but also the most frequently asked questions that we are getting. And the first one here is going to be about the possible sentences for the former president. Now, we do know that the sentencing date has been set for July 11th. That is just a few days before the Republican National Convention. So my question for you, what are the possible sentences here? And is jail time a real possibility?
Jail time is a possibility, but I wouldn't say it's a real possibility. Now, each count, each of the 34 counts, brings with it the potential for 4 years in jail. Now, that's 34 times 4, but it's capped at 20. Now, the judge is also going to decide whether those terms are going to run concurrently, same time, or consecutively, one after the other. Thing is, he can also simply require probation. It's all up to the judge. And considering the fact that Trump is kind of old, he's got no priors, it's a nonviolent crime, the likelihood is going to be that he'll probably get some form of probation, and I don't think he's going to see jail time.
All right, so we are talking about a former president who could be reelected in November. So I do want to get your take. Could that actually influence the judge's decision in any way when it does come to sentencing?
Well, anything could influence the decision, but I don't think this will. You know, the judge is solely vested with handing down the sentence. And the judge is resolute and steadfast and serious about his job. I mean, he held him in contempt 10 times. So is he going to consider this as influential in terms of what he's going to do, whether he's going to put him in jail? I don't think so. I think the judge has a strong enough backbone to do what the law requires and what his conscience requires. And the most important thing in my mind is that you don't want to irritate your judge. I mean, the judge decides the sentence. So if you piss off your judge, bad idea. Look what Trump did to Judge Engoron in the civil trial. That judge decided the civil verdict, millions and millions of dollars. This is the criminal corollary to that. Why would he want to upset the judge who's going to sentence him? Will he put him in jail? I still don't think he will.
And so I'm going off the list of some of the most, as I mentioned, frequently asked questions that we are getting from viewers. And a big one here, and I want to get your take on it. If Trump is elected president in November, can he actually pardon himself?
He cannot pardon himself from this verdict. This is a verdict out of a state court, not a federal court. And under the 10th Amendment, all rights not given to the federal government are reserved to the states. This law, this jurisdiction, this scheme is reserved exclusively for the state of New York. The only person who can pardon Trump from this verdict is the governor of New York, and as a Democrat, she will never, ever do that.
So we do know that Trump had initially said that he was wanting to take the stand at this trial here. As we know, of course, his attorney kind of walked that back and he did not take the stand, the defense only calling 2 witnesses there. So I want to get your take. Would it have made any difference if Trump had testified? Could it have made a difference in the outcome? And also, just based on your experience, would you have expected him to testify?
Well, had he testified, it couldn't have gone worse. That's for sure. There was no possibility ever that he was going to testify. Now, preceding the trial, the court held what's called a Sandoval hearing, which derives from this New York case, People versus Sandoval, which is where the prosecution puts on all the evidence it's going to present in cross-examination of him if he takes the stand. It's like watching This Is Your Life with all your worst enemies showing up. It's this awful parade of horribles. He wasn't going to testify before that. He certainly wasn't going to testify after that hearing, after the defense heard what was going to happen had he taken the stand. For all of Trump's bluster about how he was going to get up and take the stand, criminal defendants never take the stand, especially here with such devastating factual evidence. It never would have happened. It couldn't have helped, and it couldn't have hurt because he was found guilty on all charges.
Now that we know that the jury did go to convict him there on those 34 felony counts, do we have any idea more about those jury notes, why they would have requested to rehear the actual instructions there provided by the judge, but also why they wanted to hear some of that testimony again? Do we have kind of a clearer image of the reasoning behind that?
I think the jury wanted to hear the really good stuff, the discussions that happened at Trump Tower between Pecker, Trump, and Cohen. You see, that's more ephemeral. They heard it, and they had no record of it. The documentary evidence, the ledgers, the checks, the spreadsheets, they had all that stuff on a laptop that the judge let them take into the jury room. They needed to rehear this to see whether it meshed with the documentary evidence in a manner that favored conviction. They thought that it did, and they convicted. I think that's why they wanted to hear this really key discussion testimony.
We do know that former President Trump is expected to speak for the first time really publicly here during a news conference at 11:30 a.m. It's going to be right outside of Trump Tower, which you're seeing on your screen. So my question for you, does the gag order actually remain in effect now that he's been convicted? Can Trump actually speak a little bit more about the case?
Well, the court still has jurisdiction over the matter. The sentencing hasn't occurred yet. It hasn't been kicked up to the second level, to the appellate level. So the court still has jurisdiction and the gag order remains in place. The thing to remember about the gag order is that it applied to the court's staff and to the jurors, not to the judge. So the press conference he had yesterday, where he cut up the judge, again, bad idea. Why? Because the judge is deciding sentencing. And where probation is a real possibility, don't do anything to move the judge away from the probation mark. Keep him over there. Don't upset him, because all it's going to do is crank up the stakes and crank up the possibility that you're going to jail.
What are the next steps here between now and sentencing, which again is set for July 11th?
Well, he has to wait for sentencing. Sentencing didn't have to take this long. The judge could have ruled from the bench and issued a sentence there. In federal court, often sentencing waits for a different date. Often in state court, it happens immediately. It didn't. He built some time into it. So Trump has to bide his time and wait to see what's going to happen. It's just more stakes, more anxiety on top of what he suffered through when the jury was out. Nobody likes waiting on a jury. Nobody likes waiting for a sentence. That's what he has to do now.
And my last question for you here, it sounds as though it's expected, of course, that Trump is going to appeal that conviction. So how does that appeal process work?
Well, he files a notice of appeal. It takes to the next level, the appellate level. If things go badly for him there, he petitions to go to the New York Court of Appeals, which is the Supreme Court. They call it the Court of Appeals in New York. And if that doesn't go well, he can always petition for certiorari. It's called to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court of the United States is often not inclined to take these types of cases, but considering it's Trump and that they've taken every other Trump case, maybe, just maybe, they would take this one. But it's a long road to hoe. It's going to take several years, perhaps, for this to wend its way through, by which time he may or may not wind up in the White House.
All right, Danny, Karen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break this down. So many questions coming in from viewers, so I do appreciate that you're able to kind of help answer those. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, these are precarious times. We've never been through this. The big question I hear is, can he serve as a convicted felon? Can he serve from jail? The answer to those questions is yes, because the United States Constitution only requires 3 things to qualify for serving as president: natural born citizen, 35 years of age, and living in the U.S. for at least 14 years. It doesn't say you can't be a felon. It doesn't say you can't serve from jail. Those things could happen.
All right, Danny, thank you so much for providing that perspective. We appreciate it.
Happy to help.
All right, want to take you out live right now to the shot that we do have of New York City. That is the skyline right there in the distance, a beautiful sunny day. I do want to remind you that coming up at 11 a.m., we do expect to hear from former President Trump, his first news conference that he'll hold outside of Trump Tower following that conviction on 34 felony counts. All throughout the morning, we're going to be checking in with our different Fox affiliates, and we'll have experts like Danny join us to break down the viewer questions. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 7:11 on the East Coast, 4:11 on the West Coast. It is Friday, May 31st, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Donald Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury finding him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Deliberations lasting for about 9 hours over 2 days, and that guilty verdict came down Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. We will hear from former President Trump around 11 a.m. Eastern time outside of Trump Tower. And I do want to give you a live look right now here outside of Trump Tower. That's again where that news conference will be held at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Now, following that verdict, we did hear from Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, and I do want to play his brief comments for you here, raw and unfiltered.
First and foremost, I want to thank the jury for its service. Jurors perform a fundamental civic duty. Their service is literally the cornerstone of our judicial system. We should all be thankful for the careful attention that this jury paid to the evidence and the law and their time and commitment over these past several weeks. 12 everyday New Yorkers, and of course, our alternates, heard testimony from 22 witnesses, including former and current employees of the defendant, media executives, book publishers, custodians of records, and others. They reviewed call logs, text messages, and emails. They heard recordings. They saw checks and invoices, bank statements, and calendar appointments. This type of white-collar prosecution is core to what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. In the 1930s, District Attorney Thomas Dewey ushered in the era of the modern, independent professional prosecutor. For now nearly 90 years, dedicated professionals in this office have built upon that fine tradition. A major part of our practice during that nearly 90 years has been public integrity work, including cases involving jurists, local and state electeds, public servants, and others. I want to thank this phenomenal prosecution team, embodying the finest traditions of this office: professionalism, integrity, dedication, and service. They are model public servants, and I am proud and humbled to serve side by side with them. The 12 everyday jurors vowed to make a decision based on the evidence and the law, and the evidence and the law alone. Their deliberations led them to a unanimous conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Donald J. Trump, is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree to conceal a scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. And while this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor. I want to conclude by expressing deep gratitude to the NYPD and the officers of the Office of Court Administration for securing the courthouse, all of our safety, making sure the courthouse and all of the other matters that are important in their own right continued seamlessly. They will continue to be and have always been incredible partners. Thank you.
And do you plan to request a prison sentence for this conviction? And do you think that Donald Trump's multiple violations of the gag order that was in place should factor into that request at all?
The judge has scheduled a sentencing for July 11th. We will speak in court in that time. He also set a motion schedule. We will speak in our court filings as we've done throughout this proceeding.
Donald Trump has repeatedly targeted you personally and members of your prosecution team. Do you have a response to the former president after this trial is concluded?
I do not.
In February, you decided not to bring a case
against Donald Trump. You criticized then. You criticized when he vetted him in March 2023. You criticized when people really started to understand that case. How do you think of all that now, seeing the results of that? Can you kind of put that in context with your personal experience?
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. And what I feel is just gratitude to work alongside phenomenal public servants who do that each and every day in matters that you all write about and make the press, and in lots of matters that you don't. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Blanche, Mr. Steinglass, many people said the prosecution was masterful and flawless. Just want to know how you feel at this moment. Sorry.
I'll let you go ahead.
How do you feel?
Mr. Steinglass, I think some of you probably saw him speak for a little bit the other day. So he's done his job, as has this team. And he just told me, tell him how I feel. I think you said that. I will just say enormous gratitude. You know, our system, I talked about the jurors at the beginning of my remarks. We have a phenomenal system. 12 everyday New Yorkers. They listen to the judge's directions. They follow the evidence. You saw them in court every day. They were careful and attentive. And so I feel deep gratitude to work alongside them, to be a part of this system. And I just want to echo that this is what we're doing every single day. I mean, during this trial, you know, just this week, right, ghost gun indictment, Grimaldi's wage theft plea resolution, sex crimes, convictions, all sorts of work that's being done by phenomenal public servants. So we're before you today on this obviously consequential matter, but this is what we do every day. We follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
If a jail sentence is in the cards, it is likely that Trump and his attorneys would seek a stay on enforcement of that sentence pending appeal. If that were the scenario, would your office object to staying the sentence?
I'm going to let our words in court speak for themselves when we get to the sentencing matter. I'm not going to address hypotheticals. They raise arguments, we'll respond, and I think your question really underscores an important point. This is an active, ongoing matter, right? We have other phases of this going ahead. We will continue to do our speaking about this matter, about issues like that in court.
All right, last one.
From day one, kind of the viability of this case has been questioned in all sorts of media outlets, all over the place, including from the defendant himself. Can you respond to any of that, how you feel now that you've gotten the conviction?
So my response, again, is I did my job. And I think particularly I talked about the history of the office. You know, my personal history, I started as a prosecutor in 2003 in the Public Integrity Unit in the New York State Attorney General's office. I served also in the Public Integrity Unit in the Southern District of New York. These are kind of cases I've done personally, and it's a hallmark of the tradition of this office that I'm proud to lead. And I don't want to go into the whole body of litigation, you know, but we now have a federal court decision ruling on the legal theories. We had a state court decision on the omnibus motions. But most importantly, today we have the most important voice of all, and that's the voice of the jurors. They have spoken. Donald J. Trump has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Thank you.
District Attorney, your office has been investigating this case since
That right there was District Attorney Alvin Bragg over in Manhattan, speaking just hours after the jury did convict former President Trump on 34 felony counts in that hush money case. Again, 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. We know that Trump did not take the stand. He had initially said that he did want to do that, and then his attorney kind of walked that back and did say that wasn't sure if it was going to happen. And as we know, the defense only called 2 witnesses, and Trump was not one of them. Those jury deliberations lasting for a little over 9 hours. Now, as you can see there, that's a live look over at Trump Tower in New York. That's where at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, we do expect we are going to hear from former President Trump as he holds a news conference answering questions there from members of the media. You can watch all of that right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Now, as I've mentioned, we are also checking in with our different Fox 5 affiliates. That includes New York, Atlanta, and D.C. D.C. just wrapping up an interview here with an expert, so I do want to take you out there so you can listen in.
Former President Donald Trump is now a convicted felon. In a historic verdict, he was found guilty on all 34 counts in the hush money case. That verdict was handed down yesterday inside of a New York City courtroom.
Mr. Trump is now the first American president or former American president to be convicted in a criminal trial. He was found guilty of a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election, paying off adult film actress Stormy Daniels to keep their sexual relationship a secret. The decision was made after more than 9 hours of deliberation.
Trump is scheduled to be sentenced on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention. He faces up to 4 years in prison for each count. Trump's legal team is expected to appeal.
We're going to have team coverage this morning. Criminal defense attorney Dante Mills will join us in just a few minutes with a look at what's next in this case.
First, though, we begin with Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez, who's getting reaction from people in the D.C. region. And Stephanie, strong opinions on all sides of this.
Strong opinions, still a lot of shock and surprise this morning. We're not even 24 hours out yet from the major verdict announced yesterday. And here in D.C., we're talking with folks not only local in the region, but also people coming from all across the country to work or vacation here in the city. One woman telling me that she gave me an opinion she wouldn't feel comfortable saying out loud in public where she lives or back home. It was just yesterday when a jury of 12, the breakdown, 7 men and 5 women, shocked people across the country and the world after unanimously finding the presumptive Republican presidential nominee and former President Donald J. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records to cover up a sex scandal ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Here in D.C., we immediately heard from leaders of both parties, both in their own ways, appealing for people to vote come November. And here's some of more of what we're hearing in D.C. this morning.
It's okay. He should get hit, and he should serve the prison.
Why?
Because he committed the crime.
Surprising. Surprising. But do you think it's going to impact the elections at all? Absolutely. How so?
I think his fan base is just going to go increase.
I am so relieved that he's finally being held accountable for something. And I think there's more to come. I hope that Americans trust our justice system enough to believe the jury looked at the evidence and evaluated the charges.
After the verdict yesterday, the former president's donation site had crashed for a bit. Trump supporters sending the money and wanting to support the campaign. Next, everyone is looking at the July 11th sentencing, what the campaign trail is going to look like, as well as the RNC. But also, folks are waiting to see which jurors might open up next. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Our team coverage continues with a look at what's next and what this could mean for Trump's 2024 presidential bid. So joining me now is Dante Mills, a civil and criminal defense attorney. Dante, good morning to you. Before we get to what could potentially come next, I want to get your reaction to yesterday's verdict.
It's complete shock. And this morning, we're still taking in the fact that a former president of the United States is a convicted felon. And not only is the former president, but he's running for president this upcoming fall. So when you think about it, he was just convicted of something related to election fraud, and he's in the middle of an election campaign. So really, how will that impact him? How will people see him? Those are the questions that I have as this moves forward, but completely shocked the jury came back with guilty on all 34 counts yesterday.
What can we expect now in terms of sentencing moving forward, which is expected to happen on July 11th?
Yeah, July 11th is the next court date where there'll be some motions filed beforehand. What happens is there is, for every person that's found guilty and has to be sentenced, there's a pre-sentencing investigation that's done. So Donald Trump and his legal team will have to fill out some forms and give some answers related to, where he's going to live and things like that. So they have an idea of how to keep control of him. The judge will determine on July 11th if he goes to prison or not. And I want everybody to understand that each felon has a 1 to 4 year sentence that's available, and it's 34 of them. Do I think he's going to serve 1 to 4 years on all 34? No, but we could be looking at a sentence in the range of 6 months or something like that, based on what the crimes are, what the convictions are, and what people normally, with these crimes and convictions, the time that they serve.
We know also that there are 3 other criminal cases that he's currently facing. So is there any chance that any of those will go to trial before the November election?
No, we already know that the track that those cases are on, it puts us beyond the election. And with the bulk of those cases, we're talking about federal crimes. So if he does win that election and is sworn into as the president beforehand, you would anticipate that he may never face trials for those crimes, because he could pardon himself potentially. This is the only criminal case that's going to happen before the election. So the public has to determine whether or not it matters, whether or not you're comfortable voting for someone who's a felon. There is nothing in the law or rules that says that someone with a felon can't run for president. So it's not going to impact his eligibility for the election, but legally he'll remain on the ballot, and just the voters will have to determine what it means to them and if it's important enough to change their decision come November when it's time to vote.
Gosh, everything about this case is unprecedented. We've been using that word all night, all morning. Dante, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we'll have you back in a few. Take care.
A big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team. Again, we are checking in with all of our different Fox 5 affiliates. That is New York, DC, as well as Atlanta. We've also checked in with our Fox 11 LA team. They have political experts around the clock who are answering all the questions about what happens next. As I mentioned, you are taking a live look outside of Trump Tower. The camera stationary there. It's been there for a few hours, waiting to see if there is any glimpse of former President Trump. He's expected to address members of the media really for the first time since that conviction. That's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Now, he did speak very briefly right after the verdict was handed down, spoke for about 2 minutes or so, but this will be his first full-fledged news conference that he holds after that verdict was read. The time now is 7:29 over on the East Coast and 4:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and everything you need to know on this Friday, May 31st. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break on this live view of New York City. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over Trump Tower as we get to the latest here. Donald Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury finding him guilty of all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Deliberations lasted for about 9 hours over 2 days, and the guilty verdict came down Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect to hear, really for the first time in a lengthy news conference, from former President Trump following that verdict. Now, he did speak for about 90 seconds after the verdict came down, not answering any questions, but I do want to play those comments for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Trump, what are you going to say to the American people? Mr. Trump, how is it going to be convicted felon? Are you worried about going to jail?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man. And it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now, from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble, but this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
So a brief statement there from former President Trump outside of the courtroom. Now, again, it's important to note that cameras are not allowed inside the courtroom itself, just there in the courthouse hallway. That is where the former president has been addressing folks as he is walking in and leaving for the day. Again, he made like a 90-second statement right there, but later on at 11 a.m. Eastern Time today at Trump Tower, he is expected to hold a full news conference. You can watch that right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. I do want to talk more about all of this, though, so let's bring in Dr. Kenneth Manning, professor and chair in the Department of Political Science at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. We're going to talk more about politics here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Good to be with you.
All right, so first off, I want to get kind of an overall broad view on the significance of this verdict here, especially speaking politically.
So this is a close race. I think we know from looking at the polls that that Trump has led narrowly in the number of polls. Some more recent polls have shown Biden fairly close. Any movement one way or the other to either candidate obviously has a big impact. This will have a significant political impact. It will be small. I don't think there's any question that Trump's loyal base will remain loyal and Democrats will remain loyal to Biden. But among those voters who may not be paying much attention, this will break through. To those Republicans who are uncomfortable with Trump, this will hurt Trump among those Republicans. So I see this as a potential, it has the potential to tip the race. Now, that said, this is May 31st, it's not November 5th. But this is bad news for Trump, any way you look at it from a political perspective. I think Republicans will try to spin this as, rallying the troops, so to speak. And I think there is some truth to that. You'll see probably Republicans on the Hill rally to Trump's side publicly. But privately, I think Republicans are worried that this will hurt them. It will hurt the presidential ticket, obviously, but it'll hurt Republicans down ballot, too. So I think this is something that is going to have a small but potentially significant impact.
And we know there are several criminal cases against the former president right now that are moving through the court. This, of course, the first criminal case of those to go to trial here. So we know that we've seen, as those indictments were handed up against the former president, his popularity seemed to rise among Republicans. So my question for you, again, politically speaking here, is it likely when you have a conviction that his popularity does continue to rise even higher there?
I'd say that's true. Again, for about probably 80% of Republicans, that's probably true. If you look at the primary results against Nikki Haley, for example, there's been a significant vote in the Republican caucus publicly who have qualms about Trump. Most Republicans don't. 4 out of 5 are clearly supporters of him, and I think this will help rally those Republicans who are loyal to Trump. But I don't think it helps with all Republicans. It certainly doesn't help him with independents. But I do think that the Republicans will rally to his side publicly, at least the majority of them will.
We expect to hear from the former president around 11 a.m. Eastern time in the first formal news conference since that conviction. But prior to bringing you on here, we actually played some of the comments that were made, very brief, by the former president right after that conviction, right after the verdict came down. So want to get your take. Did anything stand out to you about his comments? And did he say anything that's different from what he was saying, let's say, several weeks ago?
The words themselves really weren't that different. It was kind of typical Trump complaining about the process and throwing jabs at the judge, et cetera. The tone was negative, and Trump clearly is upset, as anyone would be after being determined to be a convicted felon. So it was angry. But Trump, of course, has had an angry demeanor for quite some time. It was defiant, but again, that's not atypical for Trump. He's right in the sense that the people will ultimately have the final verdict on November 5th, but he's facing a lot of legal troubles. Overturning a conviction in a criminal matter is no easy feat. He clearly is going to appeal this decision, but his remarks struck me as being unusually bitter, but also demonstrating some real fear and concern, I think, on his part.
We know that Trump's sentencing date is set for July 11th, and that's really just days before the Republican National Convention, where he is expected to be officially nominated as the Republican candidate for president. My question for you, could this sentence, whatever it is, when it's handed down, actually impact him being named and nominated as the candidate there for the Republican Party?
Oh, I doubt that will be the case. I think Republicans, as I said, are going to rally to his side, especially elected Republicans, and not risk the wrath of the Trump camp criticizing his fellow Republicans for not standing with him. So I don't think this will ultimately impact his ability to secure the Republican nomination. And as I said, office holders, Republican office holders, I think, are going to rally to him, just like Mike Johnson, the speaker, did during the trial. So I don't see that the sentencing date is really impacting ultimately the Republican convention and its outcome. The Republicans are going to stand by him.
One of the questions that our viewers have asked quite a bit here is, can former President Trump serve as president if he is elected there and sentenced to prison? Can he serve as president from a jail cell?
And the true answer to that is we don't know, because, of course, it's never been tried before. We do know certainly that you can run for president. Eugene Debs ran in 1920. After being convicted for a speech he gave criticizing America's involvement in World War I. And he got little over 3% of the vote. He was a socialist. and ran from a prison cell. But of course, we've never had a candidate run and win. That's one of those, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I suspect Trump is not going to be in a position that he will be in a jail cell and be elected president of the United States. He may either be on probation, maybe he's on house arrest, maybe the case is still pending appeals. Trump has, of course, deep pockets and the ability to draw out appeals for a long time. You could see the appellate process easily extending beyond the 6 months or so between now and Election Day. So the bottom line answer is it's never happened before. We don't know if it could happen, and I suspect it won't. But we'll just say you have to see how this plays out.
One thing that a lot of people have pointed out, you hear about the legality part of this and how this is something that is unprecedented. We've never seen it before, but it's important to note that politically, it's the same situation. As you mentioned, we haven't seen somebody who has been convicted of a crime possibly being elected president.
Right, but of course, what Trump has done is really unprecedented as well. We know that he paid off this porn star and engaged in basically a financial cover-up to keep it quiet. He took secret documents and hid them, and of course that's a separate case. Fomenting insurrection on January 6th, that's another case. This situation is unprecedented, to be sure, but the actions of President Trump here have also been unprecedented. And it's not surprising that there's been criminal charges brought in response to these actions. And that's just simply the nature of Trump's disposition.
And I've asked this question pretty much every time that we have any kind of political guest on, and this is pretty much changed, I would say, many times over the past several months, and we are still several months away from the November election. But is there any way, based on the polling information, to determine whether it's going to be Trump or Biden that is elected the next president?
Well, look, we don't know, obviously, what will play out over the next 6 months. But I think, look, Trump's going to be the Republican nominee. Biden's going to be the Democratic nominee. And this is going to ultimately be a campaign based on turnout. The margin between the two candidates is very narrow, and it'll boil down to a handful of states like Michigan or Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. And we obviously don't know how that's going to play out. Any bad news for Trump, any bad news for Biden is bad news, obviously, for their side. And in a very close race where turnout will be crucial, any potential tip one way or the other could obviously swing the outcome of this race.
For sure. Well, Dr. Kenneth Manning, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help break all of this down. Anything else that you want to add here before I let you go?
Well, I'm really interested in seeing some of the polling on how independents view this. Trump obviously has this base of support among Republicans, and of course, Democrats don't like him, and vice versa with Biden. But I'm really interested in seeing how this issue plays with voters who are unaligned, and in particular those who don't pay much attention to politics. This is a big deal, and it has the potential to break through. So I'm really interested and fascinated to see how this is going to play among those voters and see what the impact is there.
Dr. Manning, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate it. All right, we are going to take a live look once again outside of Trump Tower. It looks like the camera has kind of moved around, but you can see that police escort that is over there kind of blocking the area. There's a gate that is up to prevent people from walking over to where the former president is likely to walk out here. Now, we do know that he is going to be holding a news conference at Trump Tower at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is in just about 3 hours. You can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have a lot more live coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time's 7:48 on the East Coast and 4:48 on the West Coast. Another live look outside of Trump Tower here. You can see NYPD there in fairly large numbers, kind of blocking off the entrance. That is where the news conference will be held, with former President Trump reacting after the guilty verdict. Now, he was found guilty on 34 felony counts related to that hush money trial that we have been covering now for about 4 weeks. We've been checking in with our different Fox affiliates across the country here. That includes Fox 5 New York, Atlanta, and D.C. I do want to check in on New York, as we do have Robert Moses and Lizette Nunez following the details.
Former President Donald Trump guilty on all charges, 34 counts. The historic verdict coming down after nearly 9 hours of jury deliberations, but still a lot sooner than a lot of people expected. Good day's Robert Moses is at Trump Tower this morning with reaction from the former president. Robert, what's he saying?
Well, he's not happy, clearly, Dan. Good morning to you. When the jurors got this case, many people wondered if they would believe the prosecution's star witness, the former president's longtime fixer, Michael Cohen, who came with all sorts of credibility issues. Well, the jury's verdict indicates that the jurors did believe him.
This was a disgrace. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
A jury of Donald Trump's peers did not agree. After deliberating for nearly 10 hours, Judge Juan Merchan was about to send the jury home late yesterday afternoon when the 7 men and 5 women delivered a surprise. They had a verdict. Guilty, the foreman said 34 times into a microphone as a wrapped courtroom looked on. Minutes after the jury branded the former president a felon, he spoke to reporters looking glum.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The former president then left the courthouse and returned to Trump Tower. He walked down the sidewalk, waved, and pumped his fists as supporters and opponents cheered and jeered. Back downtown, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg praised his prosecutors.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, and that's exactly what we did here. I did my job. We did our job.
Bragg declined to say if he will ask for time behind bars for the former president. Merchan is set to announce a sentence on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention begins in Milwaukee. The former president may not spend any time in a cell. He could receive just probation. His appeal could last for months.
As soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing, and then we appeal from there.
The verdict changed everything and nothing simultaneously. While we've never seen anything like it in this country, a convicted felon can still run for and, yes, serve as president. It remains to be seen whether the former president's conviction will erode or strengthen his support. He'll speak more at Trump Tower at 11 this morning.
This is long from over.
And Michael Cohen reacted to the verdict on X. He called yesterday an important day for accountability and the rule of law. Cohen added, the truth always matters. Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you very much. And as Robert mentioned, the former president's sentencing day is July 11th, a little more than a month away. But until then, he's still campaigning without the burden of having to be in court every day. Of course, the goal is November 5th, the election, the presidential election. The president still leading in many polls. Good day's Lizette Nunez joins us now with more this morning. Good morning, Lizette.
Good morning, Dan. Well, it's possible that travel rules could be imposed during sentencing, and that could have impacts on campaigning. But for now, former President Trump is showing no signs of slowing down. Following the guilty verdict in his hush money trial, former President Trump attended a fundraising event in New York City and then made his way back to Trump Tower. What's next for Trump and his legal team? Political experts say an appeal, which will likely won't be heard until after the election. But Trump may also be thinking about sentencing.
Each one of these 34 counts carries a maximum penalty of 4 years in prison, and he could be sentenced that way. Now, it is highly unlikely that will happen. He is a first-time offender. These are white-collar crimes.
Trial attorney Robin Nunn says the judge may look at either probation or house arrest as punishments.
There are also a lot of other white-collar criminals who have gotten house arrest.
and have served, no time, because there is like an unlikelihood that they will commit another crime such as that.
As far as political implications, the Trump campaign seized on the opportunity to fundraise following the verdict, calling the former president a political prisoner on their site and asking for donations. There were reports that the site went down for a few minutes, the Trump campaign claiming it was due to the, quote, overwhelming amount of support.
You can bet in the fundraising appeals that that's going to be one of the major issues that he uses to try to drum up the base.
House Speaker Mike Johnson also coming to the president's defense, writing on X, the weaponization of our justice system has been a hallmark of the Biden administration, and the decision today is further evidence that Democrats will stop at nothing to silence dissent and crush their political opponents. The Biden-Harris campaign also looking to fundraise after the verdict. President Biden posting a link to donate and writing on X, there's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box.
So although Trump has been convicted in New York, his prime residency is in Florida, and Florida defers to other states' laws for those convicted of out-of-state felonies. So that means as long as Trump stays out of prison in New York, he will still be allowed to vote. Dan?
Thank you very much, and we'll be tracking our coverage of this historic decision throughout our broadcast this morning, but we have other...
And we have been checking in with our different Fox affiliates all over the country for their reports here. They've also done interviews, so we'll check in with some of their experts as well. The time now is 7:54 over on the East Coast and 4:54 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more live coverage to get to right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:57 over on the East Coast, and it is 4:57 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over at the skyline there in New York City. I do want to remind you that coming up in just about 3 hours, we do expect that we are going to hear from former President Trump. Now, Donald Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury finding him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Deliberations lasting for about 9 hours over 2 days, and the guilty verdict came down Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. Doug Luzader with Fox News breaking down more for us.
Donald Trump says he's going to continue to fight. His legal team is promising an appeal, but his critics are celebrating. For some of Donald Trump's detractors in New York, this was exactly what they were waiting for.
It's time for dancing in the streets.
Trump left the court vowing to press on.
This was a rigged decision right from day one. We will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
A 12-person jury unanimously found Trump guilty on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to cover up a payoff to a former porn star, all in an effort to boost his 2016 presidential campaign.
The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg said this case was handled like any other, but he had campaigned specifically on holding Trump accountable. And his case was carefully constructed to raise expired misdemeanor business record violations into felonies. And while Trump could eventually be sentenced to prison, many analysts say that's unlikely because these are low-level, non-violent offenses.
I also believe that Judge Merchan will have to recognize how he would set off a cascading problem if you try to even put the leading presidential candidate on home confinement in New York.
It's not clear what this will mean in the race for the White House. The Biden campaign issued a statement. Convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president. And a PBS poll just last week showed most voters won't change their minds based on the trial's outcome. Still, the timing here is unusual. Trump's sentencing hearing is now scheduled for July 11th, just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. 11 a.m. Eastern Time is when we will hear from the former president for the first time really since his conviction. As I mentioned, he did speak to the public yesterday, just about 90 seconds in length. But today, he is expected to answer questions from reporters out there. We'll bring you all of that live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to break down more of the details here, so let's bring in Daniel Pye, the University of New Hampshire law professor who helps explain all of this here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Well, thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk about sentencing. We know, as we just heard, sentencing is going to be on July 11th. That is several days before the Republican National Convention. So what are the possible sentences here for the former president? And is jail time really likely?
Sure. It's hard to say whether it's likely or not. The range of possibilities certainly includes prison time. Each count includes up to 4 years. It's 1 to 4 years prison sentence. But the judge doesn't have to, he's not obliged to give a prison sentence. He could give probation, home confinement. He has a menu of options available to him. So it's difficult to predict in terms of probabilities what the outcome will be. Some of the factors that are ordinarily considered, the fact that Trump hasn't previously committed a felony, that his conviction is not for a violent offense, and the fact that he's in his late 70s, are all factors that should tell against giving a prison sentence. But I think although a lot of other people are saying that, a lot of other legal experts are saying that it's unlikely that he'll get a prison sentence, I think the probability is a lot higher than many people think it is. This case is very much sui generis. It's not like a lot of other cases involving falsification of business documents. So there's a huge political component. And also, one of the major reasons why we punish people criminally is in order to deter other people from committing offenses. And a situation that's highly publicized like this is going to get you a lot of bang for your buck in terms of deterrence. So one of the major rationales for criminal punishment is very much satisfied with the circumstances of this case. So it would make some sense to give him a rather harsh prison sentence. Now, the judge would be criticized by a lot of Trump supporters for being excessive if he did that. But the case really is quite unique. And so I think he'd have a lot of cover to justify himself. But it's hard to say. There certainly are reasons why it makes sense to have a significant prison sentence. And there are also certain good reasons why he shouldn't be given a prison sentence. So difficult to predict.
No, I appreciate your breakdown there because that is a question that we get so many times is that even really a possibility? So thank you. I do also want to ask you, we heard from former President Trump as he was leaving the courtroom after that conviction. He only spoke for about 90 seconds or so, but what stood out to you about that? Was it any different than what he's previously said?
Nothing stood out to me as being that different from what he's said before. He's called the proceedings rigged, and he undermines the process. This is to be expected. I mean, he's kind of, I think he thought that this was a significant possibility. And so to get ahead of it, he tried to undermine the legitimacy of the process. The outcome was negative for him. And so now he's going to try to cash that and say, I always said that the thing was rigged from in the first place. There's no evidence that there's anything really improper in the proceedings against him. I think he has some legitimate complaints to make that they're going after him for a crime which is really not the most serious felony. And the charge, the falsification of business records, is an interesting criminal charge because it's sort of like this inception crime. There's a crime within a crime. So in order for it to become a felony, the falsification of business records had to involve the efforts to commit some other crime. And in this case, it's campaign finance violations that he didn't report the money because he was falsifying the business records because it was embarrassing information. Now, the reason why we have campaign finance disclosure requirements is to ensure that that people aren't contributing more than they're legally allowed to, and so that the public is informed about where a candidate gets their money. In this situation, it's Trump giving money to himself, in essence, to cover up some embarrassing information. Does anybody really think that Trump was not spending money on his own behalf? I don't think so. And so his complaint would be a little bit like saying, the cops got me for jaywalking. I mean, everybody does it, or even if everybody doesn't do it, it's not the kind of thing that really hurt anybody. So why are they punishing me? That is going to be the gist of his complaint. And there's something to that, I suppose. But in terms of the system being rigged against him, I think that's implausible.
And I want to kind of piggyback off of that question because, again, Trump spoke for about 90 seconds or so, but we heard from District Attorney Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA there afterward as well, about 9 minutes in length. So did anything stand out to you about his comments at all?
Not really. He talked about, he tried to rebut Trump's claim that the process was defective in some way, and he thanked the jurors. This is what government lawyers will tend to do, is they, especially when they get a result that they like, is to thank the jurors for participating in the process and reaffirming the legitimacy of what happened.
So this is obviously, this word unprecedented has been used a lot over the past several weeks, months here. So because this is unprecedented, does that make it a little bit more difficult to navigate all of this?
A bit. The fact that if he did get a prison sentence, he would still be entitled to Secret Service protection makes it a little bit complicated logistically to put him in prison. So that is problematic. But these considerations ought not to influence what the sentencing decision is, nor the appeals or any other legal proceedings that happen after this. The job of the courts is to get the answers right, and if there are complications in terms of incarceration, then that's a problem for people downstream in the process. That shouldn't be something that determines how the judge answers the question. It would be improper for the judge, I think, to say, well, he really ought to go to prison, and in my best judgment, he ought to go to prison, but that'd be really complicated, so let's not do that. That's not the kind of reasoning that ought to be happening. It is an unprecedented situation, clearly, but the law is pretty clear about his eligibility to run for office. The fact that if he goes to prison, that wouldn't be a bar on his running or even being president. In 1920, Eugene Debs, the Socialist Party candidate, ran for president from prison, and he got 3.5% of the vote, something like that, some significant percentage of the vote. So it's not unprecedented that somebody behind bars is running for president and garners a significant portion of the vote.
Does the gag order remain in effect? Because I mentioned this, but 11 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to hear from former President Trump really in a full-fledged news conference here. So can he talk a little bit more openly, or is that gag order there still in effect?
It's not in effect. He has a First Amendment right, and it shouldn't be. The gag order makes sense for the limited purpose of not influencing the jury and other things like that, to make sure that the proceedings are orderly. Once it's over, he has his First Amendment rights are restored, and he's entitled to say whatever he wants about the case. So we should be hearing the unfiltered Trump.
Unfiltered. All right. How does the appeals process work? Because I know that we are expecting that he will appeal that conviction. So how does all of that play out?
Yeah, so in New York, they have a weird naming system that the lowest court is the Supreme Court, and the intermediate appeals court is the appellate division, and then there's the Court of Appeals of New York. So it's like a three-tiered ladder. So he's just gone through the trial part of it, and he's going to allege that there were errors of law, and he will argue those at the appellate division. And if he doesn't like the result there, he can appeal it to the Court of Appeals. If there is a federal error of law, so a constitutional error, then he could, in principle, appeal this to the U.S. Supreme Court. But unless there's been a constitutional violation, and of the things that he's mentioned so far, they don't involve constitutional violations. They involve errors of law, but at the state level. If he can't say that there has been a constitutional violation, then he can't bring it to the U.S. Supreme Court, and so it would stop at the New York Court of Appeals.
All right. Daniel Pai, thank you so much for taking the time to help join us here and break down some of the big questions that are being asked, as all of this, I'm going to say it again, is unprecedented. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Not particularly. This is a very interesting case. Obviously, we're witnessing history as it happens. I think that there is something to be, regardless of whether you like the decision or whether you like Trump, or there is something significant and I think gratifying to know that the process occurred, that the rule of law was preserved. Now, sometimes even for ordinary people, juries can get things wrong, the process can get things wrong, but the process was legitimate. It went through all of the stages without any obvious errors of law, to my mind. And it seems to be something that I think we should all be heartened to have observed.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be with us. I know it is very early where you are, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, do want to take you back out live over to Trump Tower. We do have a couple cameras that are centered around that area, as once again at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is when we do expect we are going to hear a full-fledged news conference from the former president. He spoke for just about 90 seconds as he was leaving the courtroom yesterday following that conviction. But this is going to be a longer form news conference, and we are expecting that he will answer questions from members of the media, those reporters that are out there. You can actually see them setting up for the news conference. We saw them carrying in some boxes of pizzas, and actually, if I pull this up right here, you can see they're bringing in some drinks into that area as well. Again, that news conference set for 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour at 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. Coming up, I should say, on the next part of this break here, we are going to hear from the attorney for the former president as he kind of breaks down everything following that conviction. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look outside of Trump Tower as preparations are being made for that 11 a.m. news conference with the former president. Now, Donald Trump has become the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York judge finding him guilty on all 34 charges in that hush money case that we've been following involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Deliberations did last for about 9 hours over the course of 2 days, and the guilty verdict did come down Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. Now, we did actually hear from Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche. He spoke after that conviction came out to Jesse Waters on Fox News, and I do want to play his comments for you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Trump attorney Todd Blanche is here now. Did your client get a fair trial?
I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, we've been saying for over a year that we couldn't get a fair trial in Manhattan. We couldn't get a fair trial with the judge, and it played out in lots of ways exactly as we expected.
Was this judge fair?
Agree with, they're part of the public record. Everything from he not recusing himself to the decisions he made during the omnibus motion process, the motion in limine process, and what happens in a trial is you show up for trial, and all those decisions that have been made in the weeks and months leading up to trial, they matter. The evidence that can come in, the evidence that cannot come in, and when we showed up at trial, that's where we really felt that we weren't getting a fair shake.
You believe the judge should have recused?
Look, we filed 2 separate motions saying that the judge should have recused himself. He didn't. It's something that we went to the first department to appeal it before the trial started. I expect that'll be one of the things that we appeal.
So you believe this judge was biased because of his donations and because of his family financial interest in the outcome of this case?
Look, our system of justice requires not only the that a judge that is actually biased recuse himself, but that a judge that even has the appearance of bias to recuse himself. And our papers are public. We felt very strongly that there was an actual bias that this judge had. And even if not an actual bias, that there was certainly a perception of bias. He disagreed. He's the judge, and in our system, he gets to make that decision, and it's something that we get to appeal, but we certainly felt pretty strongly about our position.
You believe Donald Trump's constitutional rights were violated?
In many ways, yes.
How so?
Well, if you look at, for example, the gag order that was put in place, and you had a situation where President Trump, who's on the campaign trail and is trying to compete with voices that are saying things every day that he cannot respond to without the risk of being fined, which he was, or going to prison for violating it. That affects not only President Trump, that affects every voter, whether they're going to vote for President Trump or against President Trump. That affects every single voter in this country because they don't get to hear from the candidate. We very much disagree with that order. We appealed that as well. There was a lot about what happened over the past year that, I sit here tonight, the verdict just came down today, but really there's a lot that's happened over the past year that I think that Americans should look very hard at. Just the whole way this case was charged. The district attorney says that this type of case is a bread and butter, that they do these cases all the time. That is not true. It's just not true. This is a case that the records of President Trump's personal records, his personal checkbook from 2017, is what he was on trial for. That does not happen all the time. That doesn't happen all the time in Manhattan, and it doesn't have to happen all the time in any jurisdiction in this country. And that's fine. That's fine if you want to indict somebody and go after somebody for conduct that happened in 2017. But I think where it becomes problematic for me as a lawyer is don't look me in the eye and says, this is bread and butter. We do this all the time. That we're treating President Trump like we treat anybody else. That's not true. That's not true.
So the sense of what people are getting is this is a question from a reporter praising the prosecution. And then they're laughing, Todd. They're laughing. How does that make you feel?
Listen, they won today. They won today, and they're having their their celebration, I'm sure, right now, and I suppose they're entitled to do that. I guess the way I would say about how it makes me feel is it kind of confirms the point in many ways, right? So the point that we've been saying, that this is not fair, this is not what this country should be doing to its political leaders, past and present, and then when you see it happen and when you see it celebrated and you hear laughter from the reporters at somebody who's just been convicted of 34 felonies, you know, and I said this in the trial, but it's true. President Trump is an amazing man. He's president, he's running for president, and he has a public persona. He's also a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a friend to a lot of people. And so when you see that happen to him, and I was standing right next to him today, and it's heartbreaking because they're laughing at a man, at a father, at a husband, at a grandfather, and at somebody who's running for president and looks like will win. That's something that people should be troubled with, no matter who you're going to vote for.
After this came down, you guys huddled up, your team, and there was some discussion with the former president before you went and spoke to the press. What was his demeanor like in those moments?
Look, I've spent almost every day with him for 6 weeks. He's so impressive when it comes to somebody who's I mean, being on trial as a defendant, I don't know what it's like, but I've been around a lot of people who are on trial. It's hard. It's hard every day. And he was resolute, strong. We were all more upset than he was. We're all sitting there, and he said, "All right, let's go. What do I need to tell? What do I need to tell the American people right now?" And we told him, you know, whatever's on your heart, whatever you want to say. And he said, "I got it. I got it." So we were all huddling in to give him counsel, and the man needed no counsel. And that's what he's been like. By the way, he's facing 3 more indictments. 3 more indictments, right? So you're talking about a man that's been indicted 4 times in 1 year in four different jurisdictions. 4 different jurisdictions, running for president and winning, and still able to just stand there and look at his staff, his team, a lot of great men and women that are around him every day, his lawyers, and just say, you know what, I got this, let's go. You know, and that's what he was like today for sure, which was a tough day, but that's what he was like every single day. I mean, there was a lot. Everybody saw him every day. You know, that wasn't a prop, right? That's who he is. And he went into court every day, and he sat there, and he had questions, and he helped us, and he was committed to his defense and fighting every single day, which is what he has done for the past 8 years. And so he gave me confidence today. You know, everybody texted me, my friends and colleagues, "How are you doing? How are you doing?" I'm doing fine. You know, I am. I'm doing great, and we're going to fight, wake up tomorrow and fight. Next week, my team and I are going to Florida because we have another case that we have to fight in Florida, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go there, we're going to go into a skiff, and we're going to fight that case too. And we're doing that because he gives us the energy, and we're doing it to hopefully, you know, to help him.
How involved was Donald Trump in his own defense?
I mean, what do you think? I mean, very involved. And he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He jokingly said to us a lot, sometimes he wanted to be the litigator. You know, he wanted to be the one that was actually arguing because he's a smart guy and he knows what he's doing. We made every decision together. We did. And there were things that he was frustrated with. You know, the judge several months ago, there was we wanted to be able to argue reliance of counsel, that to some extent President Trump was relying on his lawyer, and the judge didn't allow us to do that, and things like that, where he would really push us and say, well, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? It was an honor for me to spend the last 6 weeks with him, defending him. It didn't work out. I mean, we got a bad result today. It's not over. You know, it's not over at all, but it was great.
Were you satisfied with jury selection? And was the former president involved in that in any way?
I mean, very much involved. He was right there with the whole team talking about the potential jurors. Look, was I satisfied? We put a motion in because we said we could not get a fair jury in Manhattan. And that's not I'm not being disparaging to the jurors, man. They were great. They showed up on time every day. They were committed. They paid attention. But we're in a situation where we had a very limited number of people we could strike. And most of the folks, overwhelming number of folks, had a very strong opinion of President Trump. and it wasn't positive. And so imagine you, Jesse, going to trial facing 34 felony counts, and 100 people walk in the room, and the judge says, basically, if you have a strong view of Jesse Waters, you can go ahead and leave. Half the room leaves. Half the room just walks out. Okay, so that's what we were dealing with, and look, that's not a reflection of the jury pool. That's not even a reflection of the judge. That's just the reality of New York City.
And that's the venue. And that's the big problem about this. Another big problem was that Biden's number 3 guy at Justice leaves Justice, goes and works for Alvin Bragg, and all of a sudden this case is resuscitated out of the blue. How do you process that?
Well, I'm not really allowed to comment on that because we're still under a gag order, but I will say that the timing of this most recent grand jury, meaning the 2023 grand jury that ultimately indicted President Trump, kicked into action less than 2 months after President Trump announced he's running for re-election. And there are coincidences, and then there's coincidences, and I don't think that that's just something that happened. The witnesses in this case testified about meeting with prosecutors since year of our Lord, 2019, 2018, okay? And now they're meeting again in 2023, going into the grand jury to talk about a records case that has to do with 2017. I mean, I don't have to make much an argument there about what the situation is. That's not, it kind of writes itself.
Yeah. You put on a case. We couldn't see it. There were no cameras in the courtroom. Could you tell us tonight, the audience, what you said in closing?
Well, look, our closing was the same thing that we've been saying in our writing to the court and saying to the world for the past year, which is that you cannot convict the former president of the United States of crimes, supposed crimes that happened in 2015, 2016, 2017, when you're relying on the word of somebody who, it's not only that he is someone who's lied under oath in the past, but his life mission is to destroy President Trump. There is nothing wrong with that, by the way. To each his own. This is America. But it's not enough that he's dedicated to destroying President Trump. They're calling him as a witness at trial. And that really bothered me as a former prosecutor. It bothers me as an attorney, as somebody who's part of the judicial system for the past 20 years. There's people that really shouldn't be witnesses at trial. And I said, I'm not saying they didn't say in court, and not saying they didn't say, in filings. And so that's what we said to the jury, and they convicted today, and their verdict is their verdict, and we're gonna fight.
Would you have done anything differently? Is there a witness you said, oh, maybe I should have called that witness, maybe I should have done this?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to think about that, man. Like, we had a team. My team is amazing. The folks that work with us they're brilliant, and then the president has a team, and they're brilliant, and we all did the best that we could, and I wouldn't change anything that we did. Of course, I'm sure there's going to be folks that are on your show that take a different view, and maybe I will too at some point, but no, we did the best we could.
All right, well, Todd, thank you very much. It was a historic.
All right, that was Jesse Waters, of course, speaking with Todd Blanche, the attorney for former President Trump, kind of getting a one-on-one interview there and explaining the whole process and everything that played out inside the courtroom. Do want to bring you a live look here outside of Trump Tower. Preparations are underway for that 11 a.m. Eastern Time press conference that is going to be held with the former president. We know that he spoke for about 90 seconds yesterday after that verdict came down, but today is expected to be a full-fledged news conference where he will answer questions from members of the media. You can watch all of that right here as it plays out on Live Now from Fox. Once again, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:28 on the East Coast and 5:28 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:30 on the dot over on the East Coast and 5:30 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look outside of Trump Tower there in New York. And if you watch closely, you can see the gates are up and folks are bringing food and other items in. They are setting up for that 11 a.m. Eastern Time news conference with the former president as he speaks following that conviction. You can watch that as it gets underway right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, if you are just joining us here, Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury found him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Do want to break down all of the latest here and answer some of the questions that are on the minds of viewers. So let's bring in Dave Ehrenberg, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. By the way, that is where Trump's Mar-a-Lago is located. He's essentially the equivalent there of Alvin Bragg, but for Palm Beach County. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
It's great to be back with you, Josh. Thank you.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you this question because it's one of the top ones that we do get. Now that this conviction has happened, can former President Trump actually vote in the election?
Yes. Although Florida bans all ex-felons and current felons from voting, the law also allows you to get your appeals done. So once his appeals are done, if he's still a felon, then he would be barred from voting in Florida. But there's a restoration amendment on the books now, and he could then apply after he pays off his cost fees and serves his time. Also, there's New York law, which allows felons to vote unless you're being incarcerated. And there's, I think, no chance that Donald Trump will be incarcerated over the election. So, yes, he will be able to vote this November.
The jury deliberating for about 9 hours over a period of 2 days. Would you say that's fairly quick overall?
I think it's fairly normal. I mean, it was a long case, and the longer the case, the longer the deliberations usually. But yeah, I mean, perhaps that's a little bit on the quick side, but, you know, they did take 9 hours and they asked for jury instructions to be read back to them. They asked a series of questions. So they were doing their jobs. They were being pretty meticulous, I think, over the 34 counts, although each count, a lot of counts that were similar. You had 11, 12, and 12, or 12. Yeah, I think it was 11, 12, and 12, whatever it was. A lot of the counts were bunched up together. So it wasn't like they had to review every single count on its own. A lot of them related to each other.
When you heard that the verdict was in after 9 hours, what were you thinking? Did you think, okay, this has to be guilty verdicts?
Yes. There was no way after 9 hours of deliberation that there would be an acquittal. Now, we knew it wasn't a hung jury because they had a verdict. So it's either an acquittal or a conviction. So I knew it was a conviction. I just didn't know on how many counts. I thought perhaps it would be on some counts, maybe a compromise verdict, because I thought there'd be a couple holdouts. That's why it was taking 9 hours. But in the end, it was a clear win for the prosecutors. I'm actually not that surprised at that verdict. I thought the prosecution did a really good job in providing a firewall around Michael Cohen's testimony. Michael Cohen was a problematic key witness, but they did a good job in pre-butting his testimony through their own other witnesses like David Pecker, who were really important, and also using Trump's own words from his tweets, from court documents, from his own conflict of interest forms he filed when he was president, all supporting what Michael Cohen testified to.
And you kind of already touched on this, but I do want to ask, was it pretty much likely that it was going to be an all or nothing situation? Could the jury have chosen to maybe convict him on certain charges and not on others? How exactly would that work when you're talking about such similar charges?
The jury could have compromised as a way to go home. I mean, I knew they didn't want to stay over the weekend and have to think about this and come back on Monday. For example, one way they could have compromised would be to find Trump guilty on the checks he personally signed, but not the 2 checks he did not sign. They could have also found him guilty on the checks, but not the invoices, or the ledgers, but not the checks. I mean, there were ways to split the baby here, but in the end, the jury decided that Trump was involved with the whole scheme from soup to nuts and found him guilty on everything.
If Trump is elected president in November, could he actually pardon himself on any of these crimes?
He cannot pardon himself because this is a state conviction. He can only perhaps pardon himself if he's found guilty of the federal charges. But the federal cases may not even go before the election. I mean, the one in Mar-a-Lago, which I think is the strongest case against Trump, the documents case, is definitely not going before the election. The other federal case, the D.C. election interference case, is on hold until the Supreme Court weighs in. That may not go either. So those are the only cases where he can perhaps pardon himself. It's unclear in the law whether a president can pardon himself. I think that a president cannot pardon himself from federal crimes, but the courts haven't decided yet. But the president can definitely not pardon himself from state convictions like the one here.
Is there anything, just in your expert opinion, that you think that Trump's defense could have done differently to avoid a conviction? Anything that comes to mind at all?
Oh, yeah, I do think that Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, made a couple of errors in court strategy. And I think perhaps it's because Donald Trump told him he wanted this to be done. Like, for example, saying that there was no affair between Trump and Stormy Daniels. I mean, when you say that, you lose credibility with the jury, and that reflects upon your client. So that, I think, was a big mistake. Plus, it gave the green light to Stormy Daniels to talk about these salacious details of their sexual encounter because she needed to be able to prove that it happened. That was an unforced error, I think, by Trump's team. But perhaps Trump said, hey, we're going to go to the mat with that claim. I mean, even in closings, Todd Blanche said that no sexual encounter happened, but no one obviously believed that. He should have just acknowledged it. Also, Todd Blanche said during his opening, and kept this theory throughout, that the payments to Michael Cohen were not reimbursements. They were legal fees for legal services. But I think a better defense would have been to say that, yes, they were reimbursements to a lawyer who also served as a fixer, and thus you could legitimately claim them as legal services. And that shows a lack of criminal intent by Trump. I think that would have been a better defense. But by saying that these payments were not reimbursements, I think you cut the legs from under your best defense, and you then made it much easier for prosecutors to show that when you labeled these payments as legal fees or legal services, you were lying, you were falsifying business documents, and that was tied directly to Trump.
We know, as you mentioned, that there are several other criminal cases against the former president. So does this conviction weigh in? Does it factor into any of the other cases overall? Because you know that potential jurors there are going to know that he was convicted. So does that change anything?
No, I don't think it matters. Although any future jurors may know that he's been convicted of something in the past, it doesn't play into any future case, especially if it's in the federal system. The only way it matters is that it could be used for sentencing. This was a state conviction in New York, but it can be taken into account in future convictions to get him a punishment of incarceration as opposed to probation. So that's the only way where I think it will impact other cases. Other than that, no, this is going to stand alone as a state case in New York, and I'm not convinced he gets jail time for this one. I think it's more likely he gets either probation for this conviction or possibly house arrest, but I do not envision him wearing an orange jumpsuit anytime soon.
And I've asked you this question before, but I do want to ask again, where does this case, the hush money case, kind of rank in order of the criminal cases against Trump as far as, I guess you could say, severity, importance?
I think it ranked 4th out of 4. It didn't mean it was a weak case, but I think when you're dealing with January 6th, that's something that everyone can relate to. They saw it. It was horrifying. And that case in Washington, D.C. has a lot more resonance with the American public. Also, I think the case in South Florida, near me, the Mar-a-Lago documents case, is the strongest against Trump. I think that's the one where Trump has no defense, and they've got him on that case. But they've got a judge, and Judge Aileen Cannon, who has been slow-walking that case. That's not going to be heard anytime soon. The other case is the Fulton County case. I always thought that was a strong case. After all, they have Trump on tape saying, find me 11,780 votes. When your defendant is on a recording, it's really damaging. You hear the defendant's own voice, even though he's not going to testify himself. But because of various reasons, that case isn't going to be heard anytime soon. So, hey, as Stephen Stills said, Josh, you got to love the one you're with. And that's the one that prosecutors had in New York. It was the 4th out of 4, but it was the only one guaranteed to go before the election.
All right, my last question for you here. What is expected to happen? What do we watch out for between now and July 11th when sentencing is scheduled for Trump?
I'd watch to see what Trump says at the press conference today and leading up to July 11th. His words can be used against him in sentencing. And if he continues to go after the judge, and especially the judge's family, I think the judge may take that into account. Now, you can use the fact that Trump has violated his gag order 10 times in sentencing. You can use that as a factor in delivering your sentence. So if he continues to violate the gag order, that's only going to hurt him when it comes to sentencing. And one thing we know about Donald Trump, there's no lawyer that can control him and what he says. So I'll be interested to see what comes out of his mouth today and up to July 11th.
All right, Dave Ehrenberg, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all this down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I just think that we should give respect to the 12 individuals who served on the jury. They did their civic duty. They followed the evidence and the law. And even though many people may disagree with them, they're the ones in court every day hearing the testimony. They're the ones in court who said they would put aside their biases and just follow the evidence and the law. And it looks like they did that. There were a couple jurors who seemed to be sympathetic towards Donald Trump and MAGA politics, but they voted along with the others because they were there every day hearing the evidence and doing their civic duty.
All right, Dave, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, I want to take you out live to this image that we do have outside of Trump Tower. As we've mentioned here, 11 a.m. Eastern time, so a little more than 2 hours we expect. But we are going to hear from former President Trump, his first formal news conference since that conviction on 34 counts in the hush money trial. We'll bring you that news conference in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:42 on the East Coast and 5:42 on the West Coast. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Another live look outside of Trump Tower there in New York City. We do have a wide view from one angle, but we do have another angle that we can show you here that shows as final preparations are being made for that 11 a.m. Eastern Time news conference with former President Trump. And if you heard from Dave Ehrenberg right before the break, he pretty much said pay very close attention to what we do hear from the former president during this news conference. We heard from him right after the verdict came down, only about 90 seconds in length, though. Here at this news conference, he is expected to take questions from members of the media, so we will make sure to bring that to you in full as it does happen. Now, we've talked a lot about the hush money case, of course, because we know that that is where the verdict came down yesterday. However, there are several other cases against the former president, and that includes the election interference case over in Fulton County, Georgia there. Do you want to play a report on that with the latest details coming in from our Fox 5 Atlanta team?
This is the first major party candidate convicted of a felony during a campaign.
Former President Donald Trump, now convicted felon Donald Trump. He is the first former commander-in-chief ever found guilty of felony crimes.
This is almost without precedent. And in many ways is unprecedented.
John Acevedo is a visiting associate professor at Emory University School of Law.
Is he legally allowed to hold office?
He is legally allowed to hold office. What is unclear is what would happen to the sentence imposed by the state of New York. It's usually been theorized that it would be suspended and that he would resume the punishment after he left office.
We asked him, what will the conviction mean for the election interference case here in Fulton County?
Will this guilty verdict have any impact on the Georgia case?
Directly, no. Prosecutors aren't allowed to raise past criminal convictions unless the defendant takes the stand or the defense in some other way raises the issue.
It won't have any legal impact, but I think we'll have some energy impact. I think it will re-energize the DA's office in Fulton County to try to proceed as quickly as they can.
Darrell Cohen is a former assistant district attorney in Fulton County. He says the conviction could smooth the path for the case.
Once there's a jury impaneled, the 12 men and women on that jury will be more energetic. They'll be less worried about whatever the public may have to say about it, good or bad. I think they'll be able to do what they think they should do and serve constitutionally and do what is right in terms of the United States.
All right, that right there was our Fox 5 Atlanta team. As I've mentioned, after that verdict came down, we have been checking in with all of our different affiliates, and that includes really all the Fox 5s. We're talking New York, Atlanta, and D.C. for their live reports as they are following this from each and every angle. I do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 8:48 on the East Coast and 5:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I'm going to leave you with this live image showing the skyline there over in New York City as we head to that final 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:50 on the East Coast, 5:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Donald Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury finding him guilty on all 34 charges in that hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. We know that deliberations did last for about 9 hours over 2 days, and the guilty verdict did come down Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. You are taking a live look outside of Trump Tower. I've mentioned it just a few times, but at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so in about 2 hours, we do expect that news conference to get underway with former President Trump. This will be his first full-fledged news conference since that conviction came down yesterday. In the meantime, we have been checking in with our different Fox 5 affiliates. That includes Atlanta, D.C., and New York. I do want to check in with Robert Moses over at Fox 5 New York for the latest details as he is live outside of Trump Tower.
Inez, thank you so much. Well, former President Donald Trump convicted of 34 felonies. That historic verdict coming as a surprise to many outside Manhattan criminal court.
Jurors handing down the sweeping guilty verdict after more than 9 hours of deliberations this week. Robert Moses joins us from outside Trump Tower this morning. Are there people lining up to support, protest? What's going on outside Trump?
We've not seen any supporters or protesters really making noise this morning. I can tell you there are plenty of journalists who are gathered ahead of the former president's press conference at 11 o'clock this morning. But look, heading into deliberations, many people wondered, would jurors believe Michael Cohen along with his credibility issues? And their verdict seems to indicate that, yes, they did.
This was a disgrace. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
A jury of Donald Trump's peers did not agree. After deliberating for nearly 10 hours, Judge Juan Merchan was about to send the jury home late yesterday afternoon when the 7 men and 5 women delivered a surprise. They had a verdict. Guilty, the foreman said 34 times into a microphone as a wrapped courtroom looked on. Minutes after the jury branded the former president a felon, he spoke to reporters looking glum.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The former president then left the courthouse and returned to Trump Tower. He walked down the sidewalk, waved, and pumped his fists as supporters and opponents cheered and jeered. Back downtown, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg praised his prosecutors.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, and that's exactly what we did here. I did my job. We did our job.
Bragg declined to say if he will ask for time behind bars for the former president. Merchan is set to announce a sentence on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention begins in Milwaukee. The former president may not spend any time in a cell. He could receive just probation. His appeal could last for months.
As soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing, and then we appeal from there.
The verdict changed everything and nothing simultaneously. While we've never seen anything like it in this country, a convicted felon can still run for and, yes, serve as president. It remains to be seen whether the former president's conviction will erode or strengthen his support. He'll speak more at Trump Tower at 11 this morning.
This is long from over.
Former President Trump's adult children, Eric and Don Jr., along with Tiffany, joined him at the courthouse during the trial quite often. But Ivanka Trump was noticeably absent. Well, yesterday, she broke her silence. She posted this picture on Instagram with the caption, "I love you, Dad." Again, we'll have that press conference here covered at 11. We're live at Trump Tower this morning. Rosanna and Dan, back to you.
Robert, thank you very much. We want to continue our coverage here because the political fallout from the Trump verdict won't end anytime soon.
Joining us now outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan is Shannon Bream, the host of Fox News Sunday. Oh, Shannon, you're back at headquarters.
Surprise!
I know, because you were outside the courthouse for the last few days.
I was.
Did you actually go inside? Were you able to get inside the courtroom and hear any of the proceedings?
Yeah, I was inside the courthouse for several days. This thing, as you know, lasted for weeks.
So some of the testimony that I was in there for initially seems so ancient history at this point. We heard from Michael Cohen's banker and all these different folks along the way who gave testimony about how this whole thing came together. And we were just left wondering how it was all hitting with the jury until yesterday when we finally got the answer. So as you guys said, alluded to, you got the political fallout, and both sides are claiming it's going to help them moving forward.
Shannon, I know outside the courthouse yesterday, you stood your ground when talking to some of the Trump attorneys who were saying that the Biden administration was responsible for this, but you ended up catching some backlash from the former president, who posted that you were naive on Truth Social. How have you handled that, and what did you make of that?
You know, I think it's important to ask questions and to point things out. Clearly, this was a state trial, so what I meant is this wasn't brought by the feds. And in fact, to the president's argument and to his credit, neither the FEC nor the federal district court here in New York decided to move forward with any election violations when they dug into this case. And as you guys know, Bragg's office did not initially want anything to do with it. So the timing for a lot of people was suspect. But the fact is, this was a state proceeding, and I know that the Trump attorneys and his supporters believe that this was directed by the Biden administration. Certainly, you could argue that there were some politics involved, but this was a strictly state proceeding. He's got other federal criminal proceedings he's got to deal with, and those are still on the horizon.
Shannon, what's on your show? Have you figured it out? I know it's a breaking news kind of situation. You're probably moving things around for Sunday.
Yeah, we are going to have our legal panel to break all of this down and what comes next. We're also going to have the Speaker of the House to talk about the political impact of this. Plus, we've got Democrat Congressman Ro Khanna to talk through some polling that's been pretty tough for President Biden this week.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 New York team talking with Shannon Bream there, but they also had Robert Moses, who was live outside of Trump Tower, as he has been really for several days, gathering the latest details. Now, we have heard from several politicians, lawmakers, just about everyone is weighing in on Twitter or X, depending what you call it. Take a look here at some of those posts. We have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Speaker Mike Johnson there saying that today is a shameful day in American history. Democrats cheered as they convicted the leader of the opposing party on ridiculous charges. Also hearing from Colorado Governor Jared Polis saying no one is above the law. Coloradans have faith in our justice system, and the guilty convictions from a jury of his peers show the former president lacks the moral capacity to lead our country. You could see one from Nancy Pelosi that just went by. Also Chuck Schumer saying no one is above the law. The verdict speaks for itself. Again, you're seeing Mike Johnson there as well. But as I mentioned, you are seeing so many different posts that are coming in from all over. Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee saying a politicized justice system does nothing to serve the American people. Now, we've been checking in, as I mentioned, with our Fox affiliates, but also with Fox News. We do have Rebecca Castor, who has been live outside of the courthouse gathering more details on the conviction.
Donald Trump and his attorneys say this fight is far from over after Trump becomes the first former U.S. president convicted of a felony.
The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
The aftermath of Thursday's historic ruling being felt nationwide. A 12-member Manhattan jury found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts in his New York hush money trial.
This was a rigged trial.
The jury agreed with prosecutors that Trump was involved in an attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election. The former president was accused of falsifying business records to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, allegedly to keep her quiet about an affair with Trump and prevent the story from affecting his campaign, something Trump says never happened.
We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
Trump's legal team plans to appeal the verdict.
He was resolute, strong. We were all more upset than he was.
With Judge Juan Merchan scheduling sentencing for July 11th.
And we're going to fight, wake up tomorrow and fight.
And reactions are pouring in from voters gearing up for the November election.
Finally, I feel like a little bit of justice is served.
All the counts should have been dropped. I'm excited to still vote for him and still support him.
The former president is set to hold a press conference at Trump Tower later today. In New York, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And the exact timing of that news conference is going to be 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is in 2 hours exactly here, as it is now 9 o'clock over on the East Coast and 6 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. What you're seeing right there on your screen is a live view of Trump Tower. I'm going to zoom in so you can get a better look at it. That is where preparations are underway for that 11 a.m. news conference. It's going to be the first time that we're really hearing in a full-fledged news conference from former President Trump since he was convicted. Now, if you are just joining us, I do want to go over just some of the basics here, as Trump has become the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes. A New York jury finding him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Deliberations did last for about 9 hours over a total of 2 days, and the guilty verdict came down on Thursday afternoon after 4 weeks of testimony from 22 witnesses. We've been checking in with our teams really all over the country here, as well as Fox News. Also important to note that cameras were outside of the courthouse as different supporters and those who are opposed to Trump were out there. And I do want to play some of those comments here, very brief, that were provided by the folks outside the courthouse.
You want Donald Trump? What they're doing to this man is disgusting. It's disgusting. It wouldn't happen to no one else. They're trying to stop him from campaigning. That's what they're doing here, and everybody could see that. You know, what about Hunter Biden? Huh? What about Sleepy Joe up in Washington? He don't even know if it's a Monday or Tuesday. And they said, I don't have that. I don't have facts. That's a fact. He don't know if it's a Monday or Tuesday. We can't have somebody running the country like that.
Trump is guilty! They know who he is. They know who Trump is guilty!
I'm not sure I expected it. I hoped for it, and it's time for dancing in the streets. All around the world, as the song says, dancing in the streets.
It might harm his 2024 re-election chance, and they think it's the best chance at getting a different president other than Donald Trump in office, despite the fact that inflation's going up and our country is not doing too well.
It's Trump all the way.
It's Trump.
All right, so those were just some of the comments that were provided there by the different supporters, demonstrators that gathered outside of the courthouse as that verdict did come down. A live look once again over at Trump Tower in New York, as that news conference will kick off at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and you can watch it right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Do want to go over the latest here on the trial itself and the conviction. To help break it down, want to bring in Richard Serafini, a South Florida criminal defense attorney and former assistant DA in New York County. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask really your opinion here, as we do know that sentencing is now set for July 11th, and that's just a few days before the Republican National Convention, where Trump is expected to be named as the Republican presidential candidate. My question for you, what are the possible sentences here, and is jail time really even a real possibility?
The first part of your question is there's a broad range of possible sentences in this case. It could be anywhere from probation to some type of home confinement. It could theoretically be some type of community service, or it could be a sentence of some type of incarceration, some period of incarceration. If it's incarceration, it could be intermittent incarceration, or it could be a period of anywhere from more than 0 to a maximum of 4 years, but realistically 4 years is completely off the table.
We did hear very briefly. Oh, go ahead.
That's your second part. I'm sorry, that's the second part of the question. This is kind of a first impression. I mean, this type of charge has been brought numerous times, and ordinarily with first offenders who have no records, there's no jail time. So I would suspect that there will not be a custodial sentence. Nevertheless, it'll be very important to see how the probation interview goes. Certainly, there was a lot of behavior by the defendant, now the convicted defendant, during the course of the trial, baiting the judge, attacking the DA, when possible, attacking witnesses, attacking the jury, attacking the jurisdiction. All of that will go into the judge's consideration. Also, the repeated violations of the gag order, all of that will go into the judge's consideration. That being said, I won't say that jail time or prison time is off the table. I would be surprised, though, if there is a custodial sentence.
We heard from former President Trump after the verdict came down. He spoke very briefly, about 90 seconds in length. Anything about what he said that stood out to you? Anything different than what he's been saying for the past several weeks?
I guess the only thing that was somewhat different is that he kind of echoed what President Biden had said, that ultimately the determination will be made on election day, that this trial doesn't end the possibility of former President Trump winning the election, and it certainly doesn't preclude him from continuing to run.
Is it possible, just in your expert opinion, that former President Trump taking the stand during his trial could have helped him in any way?
I really don't see how that could have happened, how that would have helped him. He would have been cross-examined on his numerous instances of lying, of showing dishonesty. It might well have looked like who's a worse liar, Michael Cohen for the prosecution, or Donald Trump for his own defense. I think most analysts said there's no way he can take the stand. On top of that, he has in the past been really a bad witness when he has taken the stand. So I really don't think he would have helped himself. Look, they came back with 34 counts of conviction. So if you looked at it another way, he really couldn't have hurt himself particularly any more than he was hurt by not testifying. But I don't think it would have had an impact of any type in the ultimate outcome of the trial.
And I've used the word unprecedented a lot over the past several days, I would say, but this obviously is an unprecedented situation. So does it make it pretty difficult to navigate the waters here when it is so unprecedented and there's not a lot to look to, legally speaking?
Yes, it's a tough decision at this point now for Judge Merchan to fashion an appropriate sentence for the now convicted former president. So it is unprecedented. As we know, there's never been a former president who's been convicted. I suspect the judge will rely on precedent in this type of charge, even though it hasn't been previously applied to a president or applied in the political context. There are some guideposts for the judge, but yes, it's a difficult situation, particularly for the court at this time, to fashion an appropriate sentence.
Now that we have seen the jury convict the former president here, we know that some jury notes were passed to the judge on day one of deliberations. One of them, of course, asking for the rules to be reread, but also they wanted to hear testimony for a second time there. So my question for you, now that we know the conviction has come down, do we know why they had asked that question? Do we have a clearer picture of the reasoning behind that?
Well, it's still somewhat speculative because none of the jurors have, at least to my knowledge to this point, given any statements about what happened in the jury room. It appeared that as I recall, that the testimony that was read back was testimony by David Pecker and also testimony by Michael Cohen. And it seemed as though it might well have been whether the jury was trying to see if Pecker's testimony tended to corroborate what Cohen had said. As far as the jury instructions are concerned, again, that's hard to know. New York is a little bit of an anomaly. They don't send the jury instructions back. So there may have been in the jury some misrecollection or some jurors recollecting certain of the instructions differently than other jurors, and the jury just wanting to hear it again so that we're all on the same page as to what the instruction was.
I want to talk about the gag order that's in effect, because we know that former President Trump is going to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning at Trump Tower. My question for you, does that gag order remain in effect here, or can he be a little more open about what he discusses during that news conference now that he's been convicted?
I have not heard that the gag order has been lifted, and the case remains active. I mean, he's still facing sentencing, and certainly his behavior between now and the sentencing may have some influence on the judge. I would, if he were my client, I would caution him to continue to abide by the gag order, and to not attack jurors, not attack witnesses. Again, the prosecutor and the judge are fair game if that's what he wants to do. I don't know that would particularly help him at sentencing, but you have to look at what is his primary motivation? Has it been all along the legal defense, or has it really all along been a political defense with his eye towards November? And that we just don't know.
My last question here before I let you go. It appears that Trump will appeal that conviction. So how does that appeal process work?
Well, in New York, as I think in most jurisdictions, the appeal is timely filed at the conclusion of the case. The case will conclude when the sentencing is finished and the judgment is entered, and that usually happens almost immediately after the sentencing. At most, like a day or two later, the court will file its judgment. At that point, the lower court case is completed, and it is time to file a notice of appeal. And that's just simply you notify the court that you intend to appeal, and then it takes on the life of a normal appeal. There'll be a briefing schedule for the parties. Ultimately, the argument will be, there'll be oral argument before, and this will go to an intermediate appellate court. And then the court will take it under consideration and issue its ruling. So it's the question of timing. It's going to take quite a while. It'll take at least months for the appeal to work its way through.
Just one more question, because I just thought about this here. Does this case set any sort of precedent? Because I'm going to say it again, it is unprecedented. So it probably does set some kind of precedent here along the way, right?
I suppose it does set some sort of precedent, but we don't know what. I mean, we have to wait and see. Look, it took almost 250 years for a president to be charged. Now, was that because potentially there was no president who was arguably as lawless as the former president? And if that's the case, we may not see much of a precedent. We may go another 250 years before another president or former president is charged. Or it may turn ultimately political, which would not be good for the country, where it's much more likely that former presidents are charged, whether it's based on sufficient legal facts and law, or whether it's based on political vendetta. One would hope that doesn't come to be the case, but only time and history is going to tell us.
All right, Richard Serafini, thank you so much as always for taking the time to be here. Anything else you want to add about anything before we let you go?
No, I don't think at this point. Let's see how the appeals play out. See how the sentencing, I guess that should be the first step, how that plays out, and we can go from there.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And I do want to take you back out live to this shot that we have outside of Trump Tower, where in less than 2 hours at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we expect that former President Trump will speak in his first full-fledged news conference since he was convicted on those 34 felony counts, all related to that hush money trial. Now, we are going to continue our extensive coverage as we have been doing all throughout the morning here on Live Now. But I do want to pull up this breaking news image that just popped up on our screen. This is coming in from our Fox 2 San Francisco team, KTVU. This is a protest, a Gaza war protest that is underway at University of California, Santa Cruz. You can see folks there have kind of lined up. They are right along law enforcement there, but they are locking arms and refusing to leave an encampment on campus. This is pretty much similar to what we have seen on college campuses all over the country, I would say really over the past several months, all related once again to the Gaza war. Not clear if any arrests have been made at this point, but we are going to keep an eye on the situation and bring you updates that come in from KTVU, our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:17 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We are seeing reaction pour in from all over the country. We're talking lawmakers, governors, just about everyone sounding off here on Twitter or X after the conviction of former President Trump on 34 counts of all related, of course, to that hush money trial. You can see some of the different posts there. Nancy Pelosi saying this moment is a somber one for America. Trial by a jury of peers is a fundamental principle there. Chuck Schumer saying no one is above the law. The verdict speaks for itself. We do have Representative Swalwell saying Donald Trump is a convicted felon. The verdict is not a win for any single person. It's a win for an idea. We're also hearing from Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee saying a politicized justice system does nothing to serve the American people. All throughout the morning, we've been checking in with our different Fox affiliates, really all of our Fox 5s. We're talking New York, Atlanta, and D.C. And right now, I do want to head out to D.C., where they have reporters that are following this from each and every angle.
All right, guys, well, let's get to the big story of the morning now. An unprecedented guilty verdict of the former president, Donald Trump. He was found guilty on 34 counts, felony counts, in his hush money trial. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez has been live in Northwest all morning long with reaction from voters and how this could impact the 2024 presidential election. Steph, just a lot of strong opinions about this one.
Makia, good morning. And no matter their politics, I can tell you a lot of the people I spoke with this morning are still reeling from this historic verdict announced yesterday. We're not even 24 hours out of that. Here in D.C., we've been speaking with both locals and visitors alike. I want you to hear some more of what we heard this morning in Northwest.
Going to win. It nails it. It guarantees some victory.
Why?
Because America's fed up with this.
Simple. If he did all of that, he deserves what he gets.
You know, we keep pointing fingers. And while us keep pointing fingers, we're not getting nothing done.
Well, that's great, because he wasn't no good president, so.
I think his fan base is just going to go increase.
I hope that Americans trust our justice system enough to believe the jury looked at the evidence.
And guys, after the verdict, the former president's donation page crashed for a bit of time. We're told that his supporters started rolling in that money to help support the Trump campaign. Now all eyes are looking at what's next. We're talking about the July sentencing, the RNC coming up, how this is all going to impact the campaign trail. And a lot of folks are also wanting to know which jurors might decide to speak next. I'll send it back to you.
Yes, we've been covering it with experts all morning long. Stephanie, thank you so much. So let's keep this conversation going here on Good Day. Joining me now once again to discuss this historic verdict and the race for the White House, his attorney and partner at Reed Smith, A. Scott Bolden. Good to have you back. A couple of days ago, you told us right here on our air that we were going to see this decision. So now that it has happened, what do you make of it?
Well, it's a great day for the rule of law. Despite the criticisms, the political criticisms, the fact of the matter is there was a grand jury. There were 12 citizens. Court of Appeals looked at this. Even the Supreme Court, I think, may have even looked at this. There's so many different cases. But the rule of law worked. The prosecutor did their job. It was a run on the table, as we say, for the government. But they put together the case. And it wasn't Michael Cohen or his lack of credibility. It was the documents and the witnesses that corroborated Michael Cohen's testimony, and the fact that Donald Trump traffics in this space with the National Enquirer and paying people off and catch and kill and then booking it inappropriately. Had he not been running for president, this really wouldn't be a case. But because he was, and because he didn't pay state or federal taxes on these payments, and he didn't report it to the FEC, the jury has rendered a verdict, and it was a clean sweep for the government.
Well, looking ahead to July 11th and the sentencing, how can we expect that to play out? What are the options?
There'll be a pre-sentencing report by probation with a probation recommendation of either incarceration or probation. Now, normally under New York law here, under these similar circumstances, it would probably be a probationary sentence. But there are two factors that make this case incredibly unique. One, there are 34 felony convictions. There are not many people walking around with that many felony convictions that haven't served time. And two, Donald Trump has not have been very remorseful. He has denigrated the judge. He has denigrated the government. He has denigrated the witnesses. He has denigrated the criminal justice system and the rule of law. And there's only one person who's going to sentence him. That's the judge that he's denigrated. Not a really good strategy if you're facing 34 felony counts. And so that makes this situation unique. I can see the judge sentencing him to time. Now, he can appeal that and he can delay it if you want, and maybe that incarceration comes at some point, but he could obviously, or he could be sentenced to some time. And how they implement that, Judge Marchand could say, you all figure it out, but I'm sentencing him to incarceration of a year or two or whatever the judge decides.
Well, in the event that that happens, and I don't know if you can speak to this, how will it then impact his campaign and run for the White House?
Well, as a former state Democratic Party chair here in D.C., I'm comfortable saying that Donald Trump has 40% of the vote, maybe 45. It's not going up. It's not going down. His fundraising has picked up because of these convictions. But the GOP, one, has to decide whether they're going to stick with him. I think they will. But the real question is, how many Republicans leave his campaign or won't vote for him because of these convictions? How many independents will not vote for him? How many suburban women voters won't vote for him? How many third-party candidates or people who would support them are going to leave Donald Trump? And how many are going to go to Joe Biden? The first polling in the next week or two would give us a look into that issue. But it's all about politics. But let's remember, you've got to bifurcate the criminal justice system and the politics of this thing. Donald Trump may be running for president, but the criminal justice system doesn't care. The rule of law is the rule of law. And whether he gets sentenced, whether he goes to jail, or whether he gets probation, all Donald Trump cares about is becoming president of the United States. But he ought to care more about his liberty right now. I think that's on his mind.
You know, there have been so many elements, all of this unprecedented, and so we'll have to see what happens because we're experiencing all of this for the first time. But thank you so much for your expert advice and insight. We appreciate it.
A big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team. We have been checking in with them, and as I've mentioned a few times, all of our Fox 5s, that includes New York, Atlanta, and D.C. You are taking a live look there outside of Trump Tower, where we do expect that news conference with the former president to kick off in just about 90 minutes. It's going to begin at about 11 a.m. Eastern time. And if I pull this up full, you can get a better look at it here. But we saw them kind of doing preparations here for the news conference. They were wheeling in some, look like champagne, maybe some lemonade. So they're getting everything set up and ready to go. And again, it should begin at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We'll make sure to bring it all to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do on Live Now from Fox. All right, now I do actually want to check in with another Fox 5. That is our Fox 5 Atlanta team, as we do know there is another criminal case against the former president, and that one comes out of Fulton County, Georgia.
Some Republicans, like Governor Brian Kemp, are coming to Mr. Trump's defense. The governor said in a social media post, in part, from the beginning, this prosecution and trial have been driven by partisan politics. Those are his words. Let's get more of the morning's headlines from Good Day's Buck Lanford.
Alex, thank you. The verdict has many people wondering how this will impact the upcoming presidential election. A presidential candidate can still run for office even if they are a convicted felon. However, the candidate must be a natural-born citizen, be at least 35 years old, and they also would have to be a resident of the United States for at least 14 years. Good Day's Lindsay Tooman joins us now. Lindsay, good morning to you. You spoke to a legal expert about what the guilty verdict could mean for this presidential election.
Yeah, Buck, as you said, this is unprecedented, so there's just so many questions. But one thing that is clear is that this is not going to be resolved anytime soon. And if Mr. Trump is elected, he could still be dealing with the case while he's in office. Mr. Trump already announced he plans to appeal that verdict. And I spoke with former DeKalb County District Attorney J. Tom Morgan. He said that moving this case through the appeals court could easily take 2 years. And in the meantime, sentencing is set in the case for July 11th. That's just days before the Republican National Convention.
The judge has many options here. It is not a mandatory sentence, so that the court can impose anything over a year, but that can all be on probation. And again, it's in the court's discretion.
Well, some legal experts don't expect the former president to get any jail time at all. Mr. Trump is still considered a convicted felon unless a court decides to reverse his conviction or he serves his sentence. But the former district attorney says as long as the former president is not behind bars, he can also still vote in the election in Florida, where he is registered to vote.
If your conviction was in another state, they will defer to that state's rules. And in New York, you can still vote as long as you're not incarcerated.
So many elements to this. And again, we are expecting to hear from the former president later this morning, and we're going to bring you the latest on our air, online, and on our...
And we'll bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. You can also watch at livenowfox.com. But that is a live look here as those preparations are getting underway at Trump Tower. 11 a.m. Eastern time is when that news conference is set for. We're going to continue our coverage here of the Trump conviction, but I do want to take you back out to this breaking news that we are following out of Santa Cruz, California. That is where we are told that police and the California Highway Patrol moved in early Friday at UC Santa Cruz to confront these Gaza war protesters that have gathered on campus. You can see law enforcement kind of lined up there on your screen. We're told around midnight local time, Santa Cruz police shut down the roadways by the entrances of the university where protesters had been camped out since last week. Again, a lot of this information is just coming in along with these images here from our Fox 2 San Francisco team, that is KTVU. As a result, classes have been online since last week as well, as students and staff have not been able to access classes on campus. Just after 1 a.m. local time, officers started breaking down the encampments while also trying to communicate to protesters to leave that area peacefully. Many of the protesters have linked arms to make it more difficult to move. We saw that earlier, and actually, if we zoom in just a little bit, we can see that they are still locking arms at this hour. Again, it's not clear how many arrests have been made. There are reports that some arrests have been made. As we get more details from our Fox 2 San Francisco team, we'll bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are once again taking a live look outside of Trump Tower, where in just about an hour and a half, we expect this news conference, a full-fledged news conference, to get underway with former President Trump. And we've seen them kind of preparing, getting everything ready to go. They were wheeling in drinks a short time ago, again, setting up for that 11 a.m. news conference. You can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox. Donald Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to be convicted of felony crimes, a New York jury finding him guilty on all 34 charges in his hush money case involving a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through payments, including to an adult film star, Stormy Daniels. Do want to break down everything we know so far and really what's still left to figure out here. Let's bring in Stanley Brand, Penn State Dickinson Law Distinguished Fellow and former General Counsel of the U.S. House of Representatives. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning.
All right, so we know that the jury did deliberate for about 9 hours, and I want to get your take on that. Is that a fairly short amount of time? Is it fairly standard? What is your view on that?
It did seem rather a quick deliberation, given the length of the trial, the complexity of some of the issues, the amount of evidence that was introduced. Generally, when a jury comes back quickly, that's a bad sign for the defendant. And so when I heard that the jury was returning, I speculated to myself, at least, that it was probably not a vindication for the defendant.
This is a question that we've received kind of countless times here, and I'm basically using you to help us answer all these viewer questions we have. But if Trump is elected president, can he pardon himself?
That's another one of these unanswered brain twisters that the Constitution presents for us. The Article 2 power to pardon expressly grants the president the sole authority to do that. The Supreme Court has said that there's really no limit on that. It's within the discretion of the president. So we don't know. It certainly doesn't expressly either prohibit or sanction him pardoning himself. But that's a question that pends if, it's another one of these unanswered questions that the Constitution poses.
As far as Trump being elected here, we know that obviously he is expected to be named as the Republican nominee for president, happening just days after that sentencing. July 11th is when sentencing has been set for. Is there any world where that gets postponed?
Theoretically, I guess there could be a postponement. The former president's free on bail. There's no sense that he's a flight risk. And so I don't know that there's any magic about July 11th. Certainly that could be moved to a later time.
How do you feel about the DA's handling of the case? Is there anything that could or should have been done differently? Obviously, the Manhattan DA won, but I still want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, it's hard to second guess a successful jury verdict. I do think that the prosecution elongated the case unnecessarily by bringing in extraneous matters, including the testimony of Stormy Daniels, a 4-hour-plus summation, which can tend to put the jurors to sleep. I would have scaled back the case, but that's second-guessing sidewalk engineering where the prosecutor was successful. On the defense side, I probably would have left Stormy Daniels alone and not cross-examined her. She really didn't have anything to do with the fundamental or the central issue in the case, and that is, were business records falsified, and were they falsified for the purpose of influencing election? So a lot of what we heard during the trial really had very little relevance to that main issue.
We know that there are several other criminal cases against former President Trump. So my question for you is, this conviction here, is it likely to have any sort of impact on any of those cases?
I don't think so. Those are the two of those are federal cases. One brought under the Espionage Act and one brought under other federal statutes that criminalize obstructive behavior. And a state prosecution about events that occurred before he was president and which involved his private corporation don't really have anything to do with what's pending in either the two federal cases or the case in Georgia, which is run aground on a side issue about whether the prosecutor has a conflict of interest.
The hush money case overall, where would you say that it ranks in terms of, let's say, importance, significance compared to those other criminal cases against the former president?
Well, for me, it's a novel theory in the sense that you're trying to show that somehow a private hush money payment was done for purposes of influencing an election. Now, some people may remember the John Edwards case, former vice presidential candidate, senator, who had a very similar case. He had Bunny Mellon, a billionaire heiress, pay off a woman who he had an affair and a child with, and he hid it from the public view during his candidacy. That jury acquitted him on one count and was hung on others. And since then, and the Department of Justice, for its part, abandoned that theory completely and didn't retry the case. And in fact, here, the Southern District turned down that same theory in the Trump case. So there's a lurking legal issue for me about whether things that a businessman would do in the course of a campaign are per se campaign related. If I got a facelift during the campaign to make myself look better for the constituents, would that be a campaign contribution? Not strictly under current federal election law guidelines. So that issue to me, I think will get aired on appeal.
My last question here before I let you go. What happens between now and the sentencing date of July 11th?
Well, there's a bunch of post-trial motions that can be filed. Motion for a new trial. And I think those dates have already been established by the court. That is the deadline for the defendant to submit those briefs and for the government to respond. So there will be some legal maneuvering, if you will, between now and the sentencing. And whether any of that is granted is unknown at this point.
All right, Stanley Brand, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help break all of this down. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I would say there is one issue that has now been opened, a Pandora's box, so to speak, and that is, to what extent will this case encourage, embolden state and local prosecutors to challenge presidential actions through the use of the criminal law? The Supreme Court rejected that idea when Cyrus Vance, who's Alvin Bragg's predecessor, subpoenaed Trump's business records in connection with the civil case. And the Supreme Court poo-pooed that and said, well, there's not much likelihood of local prosecutors doing that. Well, that's no longer the case. Anyone looking at this case may say, well, maybe I can try the same theory. So we're likely to see this case spawn progeny at some point.
All right, Stanley, thanks again for taking the time to be here with us. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, I do want to take you back out live to this shot of Trump Tower. As I mentioned, at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we do expect that we are going to hear from former President Trump in his first full-fledged news conference since that conviction did come down yesterday afternoon. 34 counts there, all connected, of course, to that hush money trial that went on for 4 weeks and did include 22 witnesses. Now, deliberations yesterday going on really over 2 days for about 9 hours. Again, this news conference will, of course, be televised right here on LiveNOW from Fox. You can stream it wherever you are. All right, I do actually want to head back out to this breaking news that we have been covering throughout the last hour or so. Let's pop up this image here coming in from KTVU. This is our Fox 2 San Francisco team, and it is live over in Santa Cruz, California. You can see as they're zoomed in very close there, protesters have locked arms. This is another one of those Gaza war protests on college campuses, and it's over at UC Santa Cruz. We are told that police there and the California Highway Patrol have moved in to confront those protesters that are locked in arms. Santa Cruz police shut down the roadways by the entrances of the university about midnight local time. Protesters had been camped out there, we're told, since last week. Now, as a result, classes have been online since last week as well, not been able to access the classes on campus. Just after 1 a.m. local time, CHP officers started breaking down those encampments while also trying to communicate to protesters to leave the area peacefully. Now, as you can see there on your screen, they are carrying out those protesters one by one, trying to arrest them, but they are locked in arms, so they're, again, having to take them one by one. As you look in the distance there, you can see the encampment, the portions of that encampment that have been ripped apart over there on the UC Santa Cruz campus. They did start to take down those encampments, and now they are taking those protesters who refuse to leave into custody. We'll keep you updated as that situation does develop and let you know if there is a news conference of any kind. But again, we will follow it with the help of our KTVU Fox 2 San Francisco team. Let's head to a break now at 9:42 on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and our coverage of the historic conviction of former President Trump in that hush money case does continue. I've said it a few times, but coming up in just about an hour at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we expect this news conference to get underway with the former president, as he is going to speak for really the first time since that conviction came down. We know he spoke for about 90 seconds yesterday as he was leaving the courtroom, but this is expected to be a longer news conference where reporters will have a chance to ask questions. We've seen them setting up for all of this. They've been bringing some food, drinks, things of that nature into Trump Tower, so it appears that the news conference will actually be inside. The road itself is blocked off by police. NYPD seeing just about every corner that you do look around there. Now, I do want to remind you, we will bring that to you live as it does get underway. You can watch it all on Live Now from Fox. We've also been checking in with our different Fox 5 affiliates. That does include Atlanta, D.C., and New York. I do want to check in with New York right now as they have Robert Moses and Lizette Nunez following all the latest, and they're also speaking with experts to break down your questions.
We appreciate you tuning us in this morning. So I know you heard all the news already. Donald Trump convicted of all 34 felony counts in his criminal hush money trial this morning. The former president is getting ready to speak at Trump Tower. Robert Moses outside Trump Tower this morning. Anything going on the streets of Fifth Avenue outside his home?
Well, there are a lot of gawkers stopping by, looking at all of us, the assembled media, and also taking pictures of Trump Tower. You can expect a packed house when the former president speaks in the atrium in a little less than 2 hours from now. If yesterday was any indication, he will be seething at that press conference. The jury, as we now know, convicted him on all 34 felony counts for falsifying business records. By now, the facts of this case are quite familiar. The porn star Stormy Daniels claims she had a sexual encounter with Donald Trump in 2006. He denies that. His fixer, Michael Cohen, then paid her to stay quiet about it in the stretch of the 2016 campaign. Donald Trump then reimbursed Cohen. Prosecutors at the trial argued that the former president hid the nature of those reimbursements so voters wouldn't find out about what happened. Well, the jury agreed with that assessment, that indeed that is what happened. Sentencing is set for July 11th at 10 a.m. The former president could face jail time or probation.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, and that's exactly what we did here.
And Alvin Bragg declined to say whether he will call for jail time at the sentencing. The sentencing is completely up to Judge Juan Merchan. It is his discretion how he decides to hand down a punishment for the former president. Now, Michael Cohen reacted yesterday to his one-time boss's conviction. He called yesterday an important day for accountability and the rule of law. Again, the news conference here is set for 11 o'clock this morning. We'll have it covered. Rosanna, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Robert. Certainly a historic day for the country. The implications of this verdict being felt at every level of government. Joining us right now in our studio, Republican Congresswoman from Staten Island and Brooklyn, Nicole Malliotakis. Nice to have you back on Good Day New York. So I know you're not in session in D.C. right now, but what's the talk in D.C. right now?
Well, obviously, people are seeing this for what it is, that it is a witch hunt. This was pre-orchestrated. This was, look, the timing of this right before the election for something that supposedly happened in 2016, the fact that it was here in Manhattan where 86% of the voters rejected President Trump. There was no crime. There was no evidence. I would love to talk to any of these jurors to actually point to what evidence are they saying it shows that President Trump was guilty of a crime. Nonetheless, 34 counts. This is a sad day for this country. It is really a downright scary day for this country because this is a type of stuff, jailing political opponents, trying to silence them. This is what happens in socialist, communist, third world countries. Cuba, where my mother fled, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Russia. That's where this type of stuff happens.
I know, but you know, the other side is saying that no one is above the law.
Yeah, and isn't that the biggest joke, hearing that coming from the Democrat Party? The party who is allowing illegal immigrant gang members to come into this country, drug traffickers to prey on our children. They're allowing people in New York released on bail, repeat offenders, 30, 40 arrests. They're being put back onto the street, violent offenders. The people who are appointing a parole board in New York, the governor, for example, that has allowed cop killers, murderers, rapists to be released onto our streets. The people who supported the 2020 defund the police movement that created riots across America, the people who actually voted to defund the police. That's the Democratic Party of today. And then somehow, when it's just President Trump, nobody is above the law, and this is an issue of law and order. It isn't, and people see it, and I'll tell you who sees it the most. Immigrants who are in this country who fled countries where this happens, all right, Venezuela, where they did pack the Supreme Court, and then Jerry Nadler tries to do it here in the United States. Thankfully, he failed because of our efforts, trying to allow non-citizens to vote in our elections.
I know, I think at one point,
all of that.
They were at one point saying all you needed to do was be here 30 days.
30 days.
And then you can vote in our elections.
And you can vote in our elections. We sued and we stopped it, myself and my colleagues from Staten Island.
But it's still up for appeal, right?
Again, we're on the third and final court of appeals right now, and again, we're going to fight and we're going to stop that. But this is what the Democrat Party of today is all about: power.
But Congresswoman, let's talk about how Donald Trump goes forward. I mean, sentencing day is just a few days before the Republican convention.
Yeah.
The distractions are immense.
And that's by design. That is exactly what President Biden, what the Democrats want, because again, this is about political prosecution. That's what this is. This is not about, Donald Trump did not commit a crime. None of the evidence led to that. None of it. I was there in court. I heard some of the testimony. I read the rest of the transcripts. There was no evidence here that shows that he committed a crime.
Well, the jury felt that there was evidence,
I mean,
and they came back pretty quickly.
They did come back pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Because
exactly. 34 counts. How convenient. It sounds like it was pre-baked, right?
And it was interesting because those who were in the courtroom yesterday said that they thought they were coming back to say they were going home for the day, and it said they came back with a verdict. I think it shocked everybody.
It shocked everyone because no one would come back with a verdict on 34 counts that quickly. I mean, that is why everybody thinks, on the Republican side, right, and common sense side, I think common sense Democrats and independents see it too, that this was all pre-baked, and it's unfortunate. I think it's a very sad day again for this country. If we can't trust our judicial system, what do you have left?
We have to have faith. Thank you so much, Congressman Malliotakis. We appreciate you coming in and giving your perspective on this. Appreciate it.
And we appreciate our Fox 5 New York team for allowing us to dip into their coverage this morning. Of course, we've been checking with all of our Fox 5 teams, including New York, Atlanta, and D.C. throughout the morning for their reporting, as we do know this is a historic conviction of former President Trump on 34 counts related to that hush money trial. A reminder now at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we do expect a full-fledged news conference from the former president. We heard from him for about 90 seconds as he was leaving the courtroom yesterday after that verdict came down. But this is going to be a full news conference, and you can watch it as it does get underway right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out to this breaking news, though, that we have been following here. This is coming in out of the campus there in Santa Cruz. You can see folks are being taken away in handcuffs. Specifically, this is UC Santa Cruz, and this is another one of those Gaza war protests taking place on the campus there. You can see folks being walked out and taken into custody. We know around midnight local time, Santa Cruz police did shut down the roadways by the entrances to UC Santa Cruz, where protesters had been camped out since last week. As a result, classes have been online ever since because students and staff are not able to access those classes on campus. Just after 1 a.m. local time, officers started breaking down those encampments while also trying to communicate to protesters to leave the area peacefully. Many of the protesters, as you can see, have locked arms to make it more difficult to move, and they're also singing chant songs there. We are watching as many of these protesters are carried out one by one. We'll keep in touch with KTVU, our Fox 2 San Francisco team, to get updates here as more information does become available. The time now is 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, Mike Page will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Friday, May 31st. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. All eyes in New York City as we await the Donald Trump news conference coming up in 1 hour as we wait for the former president fresh off the 34-count guilty convictions. He will be speaking to the media at his beloved Trump Tower in New York City. And right outside, it looks like we do have some supporters of Donald Trump. Take a look at this, everyone. Supporters are coming and making their way. We even have Trump impersonator there as well, causing quite a scene right now. And coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to legal experts, talking about the legal battles ahead for the president, and as well as breaking down, in the whole background of everything going on in the legal battles, there's an election season and cycle that is currently going on. And of course, Donald Trump, the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party. So we got to talk political nature as well right here. But again, this is right outside of Trump Tower in New York City, as we continue to bring you the latest all right here. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us on this special coverage just a day after Donald Trump being found guilty on 34 counts. We are bringing you the coverage that you could only expect right here on Live Now from Fox. So it's an honor to be with you. I will guide you through the next 4 hours of live streams, top stories. And remember, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. Again, 1 hour away from Donald Trump news conference. We will be bringing that to you as always. And as you can expect, it will be live, raw, and unfiltered. Again, we are getting, some looks here of some impersonators as well. It's quite the scene in New York City, no doubt about it. Trump Tower that we are looking at right now. And again, so many different supporters coming out, pickup trucks. We saw that yesterday when Donald Trump came back to his Trump Tower. There was just a lot of people there on the streets trying to get a glimpse of the former president here. But again, we are bringing you these images live, raw, and always direct right here. And now a shot there of Air Force One. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for everybody. But again, we have just different shots available here to us that we are going to continue to bring to you. Again, this has been historic in nature for the former president being found guilty on those 34 counts. And what we'll do is just kind of do a recap as well in case maybe you missed some of the coverage from yesterday. There's so much to talk about and discuss. Do want to continue to talk about the very latest as always as we bring it to you live, raw, and direct. Just want to show you the comments from Donald Trump just yesterday. Let's listen on Live Now.
Mr. Trump, what do you have to say to the American people? Mr. Trump, how did it go to be convicted felon? Are you worried about going to jail?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon?
And those were the remarks just right after the convictions for Donald Trump. And of course, we are awaiting. We just got the shot of inside the lobby of Trump Tower. This is where the news conference will be again, and it's about less than an hour